the ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cat.
You were saying?
It's in the cupboard. No, the one by your knees.
We happy? Vincent! We happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Well, hello everybody. I hope you're happy too. I'm happy you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you could make it today. It's gonna be a fun, kind of casual stream today. Doing a bunch of dinosaur Q&A, and probably watch a video or two as well. Welcome to Paleontologizing, especially if you're new here. I'd like to give you an extra special welcome and introduce myself too. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach from my office here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summers, but how I actually make my living is by talking about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about broader topics in natural history, extinction and evolution and the fossil record and geologic time, any of that stuff, please do not hesitate to ask. Do not hesitate to ask those questions, because that's what I'm here for, you know? This is interactive science education and outreach. I hope you're as excited about that as I am. Spinonicus Art, I've not seen you here before. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? It's good to have you. I actually work on Spinosaurs. I've not done any work on Deinonychosaurs yet. Dromaeosaurs, Troodontids, they're relatives. But anyway, it's good to have you here. Let me scroll up to the top of chat and say hello to everybody in order. Sciat Streams was first today. Balint, how are you doing? I hope things are going well with you and Lita and baby Alona and the cats. Balint and all the ants and everyone else. How are things? I hope they're good.
It's Marvin, your cousin, Marvin Berry.
Yeah?
You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Oh, listen to that hot new sound. Beautiful. Sounds like a hadrosaur.
Ducky_Snow has a new sound for their 3 listeners.
Big Ducky Snow, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are ya? Howdy, howdy. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any dinosaur questions or other questions about fossil science in general. Right now, I'm just saying hello to everybody real quick, and I started early today, so we don't have too many people in the chat, like an hour earlier than I normally am. So let's just go through real quick.
I'm a
Paleontologist MVCZR. MV Caesar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. We've got Sofluff as well. Howdy, howdy, Sofluff. It's good to see you. Loonisaurus. What's shaking? Welcome back. Grim Deviant. It's good to see you here. Thanks for joining us. Steely Dan says early stream. Yes, indeed, Steely Dan. I've got to wrap up by 6 p.m. California time tonight, so I had to start a little bit early today. Texas Cryptid, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. And Creatrix Brit, thank you again for those 21 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here on the air, Brit. That means a lot. Oh, and I've got a cool 3D print to show you in a minute, too. I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but in case you didn't, oh boy, I'm excited about this one. Classic specimen that we're printing today. A controversial specimen, too. And who else have we got? MS Coggins, hello to you. The Dinosaur Dave, I'm glad you're here. We can take a look at your science fiction dinosaurs today, Dinosaur Dave. It's good to see you. Hope your trip is going well. The Trek Nerd, hello to you. Trek Nerd says, time for more info absorption. Oh yeah, the time is ripe for that. Welcome back, Trek Nerd. And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Oh, okay. Shoot, this has got titles on it. Should I be looking at that? Am I supposed to guess what they're from? But thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Beth Galaxy Fox, hello to you. Welcome. Matt M33, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome back, Matt M33, one of our longest running supporters. A VIP on this channel. Thank you, Matt M33, for keeping me here on the air. Spider Monster, hello. Golganek, always wonderful to see you, Golganek. I hope you're having a wonderful day. By the way, Sweetie Pie, one of my landlords, she loves her brush. So thank you again for that, Golganek. That was very generous of you. She's grateful, I'm grateful. I think chat's grateful also. Mama-kun, how are you doing? I dig that dinosaur parade there. Good stuff. Tommy Plodicus, 7 days, that's almost the whole week. It is indeed, Tommy Plodicus. Welcome. Red Banshee, how are you doing? And I'm glad you got a gift sub from Sculpin. Excellent, Red Banshee. I'm glad you're back. Dr. Irrefutable, it's good to see you here. Welcome. And Smorphosaurus. Yeah, I like those dancing emotes. Good stuff, Smorphosaurus, good stuff. Good to have you here, as always. Nerdy Noodle, hello to you. And hello, Yakuzik. And hello, Elias. What is that dinosaur on the top right of the wall? The red, tall one. Very funny, Elias. I am, of course, streaming to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And, actually, you know what? We should embiggen this a little bit. There we go. I feel like that's better. Yeah. But yeah, I got a new picture frame. And, that was the image that came with it. I ordered it on Amazon. It's probably produced in China, you know? But that was the image, just like the stock image inside the frame. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep it there for today. Because what are the odds, you know? What are the, like, 4 landmarks that they'll put as stock images when you buy a picture frame like that? It's what, like the Roman Colosseum, maybe Big Ben, the Eiffel Tower, and the Golden Gate Bridge, you know? I live here. I can see that from my house sometimes. Well, I can walk a block and I can see that, you know? And so it's like going to the store and buying a picture frame and there's a picture of your family in it. It's like, you know what? I'll keep that in there for now. So that's what we got for today. But yeah, brand new picture frame just showed up yesterday. Yeah. And lovely autumn vibes in the office today. This is actually kind of what it looks like outside my house right now. The leaves are just starting to turn here in the San Francisco Bay Area. You know, the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Those leaves are just starting to turn. It's that time of year, you know? Winter is almost here. No, I'm kidding. It's actually incredibly green outside right now because it's been raining a lot lately, which is rare. So, but there are some trees that are just beginning to lose their leaves now. Anyway, yeah. And Arg, welcome back to you. It's good to have you here. Elia Lacroix, hello. Elia Lacroix says, good evening, my brothers and sisters. And likewise to you, Elia. How are you? It's good to have you. Beth Galaxy Fox's opinion on Ornitholestes, Danny? You know, I wish it weren't stealing so many birds, you know, as the name implies. Ornitholestes, the bird thief. No, I Ornitholestes is one of those dinosaurs that I wish we had more material from, because nobody's found a good specimen of it since, I think, the very first one that Henry Fairfield Osborn described way back in, what? Was it 1910 or something like that? We still don't really know what this animal was, what it looked like, what group it belongs to. Is it a superbasal dromaeosaur? What's going on with Ornitholestes? We still don't really know. I actually wouldn't be shocked if it's just a juvenile of a previously known Morrison theropod that's been partly misinterpreted. I don't know. But yeah. And Spinonicus Art says, what's your opinion on the current situation with Spinosaurian biodiversity in Northern Africa? Oh, we definitely do need more specimens, like you say. But I think Spinosaurids are oversplit in general. Especially in places like Spain and Portugal right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a mess, honestly. Spinosaurus. People comparing, like, these pieces of big Spinosaurid from Morocco and Egypt and mushing them together to make this unholy chimera of a creature. Like, that's not what Spinosaurus would have looked like. You know? I'm excited for more material to come out, but I'm always a little bit suspicious of these reconstructions that are published, where you've got material where none of this stuff has been stratigraphically constrained properly. You know, you could be dealing with animals that are separated by millions of years, and they might even be different branches on the Spinosaurid family tree, and these pieces get mashed together to make, you know, Spinosaurus. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Anyway, it's good to have you here, Spinonicus. Glad you could join us. Yeah, and there's that quack raid from Big Ducky Snow. I'm just getting to that now. You caught us at the beginning of the stream when I'm saying hello to everybody. But thank you again, Big Ducky Snow. And, you're doing some just chatting. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. And Andy from Ohio, oh, boy, oh, it hurts my heart, Andy from Ohio. Are you trying to do that? Are you trying to put knives directly into my chest? Andy asks, is there a different type of archaeologist besides a dinosaur? So that's not real. Paleontologists study fossils. That's why the channel is called Paleontologizing. Paleontology is the study of fossils. Archaeology is a completely, entirely separate thing. You know, with almost zero overlap. Archaeologists study ancient human civilizations, human artifacts, occasionally human remains, but it's usually things that people made, you know? Pottery shards, arrowheads, various other artifacts, going up until fairly recently, you know? But archaeology is human stuff. Paleontology is a billion times broader. It's ancient organisms in general. It's the study of fossils. Not just dinosaurs, but other groups of reptiles, other groups of tetrapods, other groups of vertebrate animals, invertebrate animals, things like plankton and foraminifera, things like plants outside of the animal kingdom, things like fossil fungi. You know, if there was an organism that lived long ago and it left a trace of its existence in the fossil record, in the rock record, that's what paleontologists study. Archaeology is human crud. Sorry, I don't mean to be dismissive. Just like, archaeology is, you know, it's from just the last few thousand years, basically. Paleontology goes back billions of years. If that makes sense. So yeah. That being said, there are a lot more archaeologists in the world than there are paleontologists. There's not very many of us, and there are even fewer of us who study dinosaurs. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist in particular, and there's probably 300 or 400 of us in the whole world, if that. Probably fewer, honestly. Yeah. Anyway, Scrolling. Mr. Knight, the IT guy, welcome back to you. It's good to have you here. MS Coggins, hello. Yeah. And you corrected yourself a few messages later. Good. Andy from Ohio. Yeah.
Jolly good show.
But yeah. And what was the news today about the T-Rex? You'll have to tell me, Mr. Knight, the IT guy. There's a new take on how it looked. I haven't heard about this, unless you're talking about the whole Nano-Tyrannus dispute, which we'll be talking about today, I think. Yeah. And Spinonicus says PK is Spinosaurus is absolutely PK. I'm not sure. It's probably a pop cultural thing. Does it stand for pop culture, but with a K instead of a C? But cool, Spinonicus art. I'm glad that whatever it was, they did a good job with their Spinosaurus. Yeah. And it's been snowing here today. It's doing that in a lot of places in the northern hemisphere, Mama Coon, although not as many as usual for this time of year. Yeah. Mr. Knight, the IT guy, says according to Elon Musk, San Fran has gone down in recent years. I mean, look who's talking. I wouldn't trust anything that guy says. I recently had to leave Twitter because that thing is really tanked since he took it over. It's honestly, like, really depressing. But no, the Bay Area is still a wonderful place. Holy cow. You can't beat the natural beauty that you find here. Sure, things are far too expensive here, but that's because of, you know, good-for-nothing wealthy folks buy up all the property. Yeah, there's cat hair all over the inside of my mug. Ah! Been brushing too many cats on my desk. But yeah. And Spinonicus Art says, I know Nizar Ibrahim teased something to come on Spinosaurus in 2024. Although, to be fair, he did the same thing for 2023 as well. Yeah, I eagerly await some publications, you know? Yeah. And look at those lovely ginkgos. Science streams, thank you for noticing. Yeah. I'm glad you like them. Yeah. But yeah. Barnacle Bum says, united by findings in the substrate, I guess in reference to archaeologists and paleontologists. That's the thing, is that archaeologists are working in soil. You know, what we would call overburden as paleontologists. We're digging in rock, you know? They're kind of... To use a term that sounds unkind, they're doing a lot of, you might call it grit tickling. It's kind of there scratching in the surface, you know? Whereas we're, you know, when we do an excavation, it's in bedrock. You know? Not like one is inherently better than the other, that's not what I'm trying to say, but it's just very different. You know? And it's fun to get a little bit of ribbing in there, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And one of my professors had to get in contact with a chicken specialist paleontologist. Interesting, Nerdy Noodle. I don't know if there's any paleontologists who specialize in chickens, but maybe a bird paleontologist. Figure out what kind of feather she found at a dig once. Interesting, yeah. So, archaeologists will sometimes ask paleontologists to come into an archaeological site and identify animal bones, because most archaeologists aren't really trained in what we call osteology, in the study of bones. Especially not bones of non-human animals. So, that's what we specialize in, of course. That's our raison d'etre. For vertebrate paleontologists, at least. Paleontologists who study animals with bones. That's what we study, is bones. So, yeah. It's kind of sad that, like, osteology is not really... It's almost kind of a lost art outside of paleontology. Yeah. And F and HC says, what makes someone a paleontologist? If there's only 300-ish of you? It's someone who I would say the easiest litmus test is like, if you work in the field of paleontology and you publish in the paleontological literature, then you're a paleontologist. Part of it is like, do you call yourself a paleontologist? It doesn't necessarily mean that you have a specific job title at a museum or university or something. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have a certain degree or something like that. Some of the most famous and well-respected paleontologists in the world are people who don't have a formal degree. People like my old boss, like Jack Horner, be an excellent example of that. You know, he's got an honorary PhD from the University of Montana, but that was because of his work in the field and the publications that he made. So yeah. PK. Oh, Prehistoric Kingdom, Spinonicus art. Okay, I got it. I'm scrolling down, trying to catch up. Prehistoric Kingdom is awesome. Have you seen my review of that? Spinonicus art? They sent me an advanced copy before the game was released. And I made a review video on YouTube. And that's how a few people have found this channel. You could be one of them, I don't know. But welcome, Spinonicus art. How did you find the channel? I would love to know. That would be useful information. Barnacle Bumps has got my archaeology group's AGM coming up. I may be introducing them as grit ticklers. There you go. Or square makers. If you know, you know. Yeah. And also, paleontologists don't wear fedoras and carry bullwhips. Although, I've never known an archaeologist that's done that in real life either, Ghostly Ghoul. And I've worked with some archaeologists in the past. We had an archaeologist volunteer with our crew in Wyoming last year. And she was really cool, but yeah. We had a lot of other people volunteer with us as well, you know? Cooks and delivery drivers and repair people and yeah, truck drivers. We'll take all the help we can get usually on a field crew, as long as somebody is you know, worth the expense of feeding them. But yeah. And Weedabix says, why so few? Would have thought loads of kids would want it as a job. That's very true, Weedabix Licks, but unfortunately that's not the way that society is structured, you know? And like a capitalist economy, it's not engineered around, you know, making things better for people or, you know, helping people achieve their dreams. Everything is built around making wealthy people wealthier. And so yeah. If we lived in a more sane and just world, we'd have a lot more people who had meaningful, fulfilling jobs that actually made society better. But that's... You probably know this intuitively. I'm sorry if I don't want to seem like I'm talking down. But yeah, you know? It's because the system isn't good. That's why we don't have more paleontologists. I'm extremely lucky to be able to do what I do here, and I've had to carve this out for myself. And that would not have been possible without the generosity of this community, you know, supporting me on here. Oh yeah. That's a shame again. I know, right, Weedabix? Anyway, I'm glad you're here, though. And we can have this time together, and we can talk about fossils, and we can get excited about the incredible history of life on Earth. And that's... I think that's worthwhile. Thank you for helping me do that. But yeah... And Spinonicus says, I think I found the channel recommended on Twitch. Oh, cool. I followed, then didn't check out Twitch for a while, forgot about it, then saw a video of yours on YouTube, and subbed there, and then tried to catch a stream on here leading up to today. Well, I'm glad you're finally here, Spinonicus Art. It is great to have you. It sounds like you are in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. This year, I'm going to try and reach out to more people who are interested in fossils online and places outside of Twitch. most of my growth on this platform, most of the people watching right now, are not necessarily people who are like fossil obsessives. Although there are some cool fossil obsessives here in the chat as well. You know who you are. And I'm grateful for you. But, I don't know. Twitch can sometimes be kind of almost a walled garden. If you're already on Twitch, you watch stuff on Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, even if you're really interested in paleontology on other parts of the internet, you might not necessarily find your way into here. And I'm going to try and reach more people like that this year. I've got plans. So yeah. So tell your friends Spinonicus Art, and I'm glad you're here. Holy cow. Yeah. And Weedabix Lick says, what's your thoughts on the pliosaur skull found in the UK last week? Oh man, it is a really, really cool discovery. It's almost certainly going to be a new species, if not a new genus of pliosaur. What we're talking about is this, everybody. Let me show you. Let's see. Try and find you a... Oh, here, take a look at this.
They're thought to have been around 10 meters.
Hang on a second. Let me get this set up for viewing. There we go. Close captions.
They're thought to have been
On.
around 10 meters in length. That's about the size of a double-decker bus.
Are, I think. And part of the rest of the skull, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Big Ducky Snow says, I would never have known about Twitch if it were not for YouTube. Honestly, well, I think I first found out about Twitch through YouTube, and then I met Ios from twitch.tv/Ios. She works at Twitch, and then she kind of turned me on to Twitch. Yeah. Not too many people find out about it that way. I like talking about Twitch with everyone I talk to. Most don't know about it, so I like telling them about it. That's very cool, Big Ducky Snow. That's really cool. Yeah. Oh, and we've got a deep dive on Herrerasaurus. Well, we will get to that in a little bit, Baja Smancer. Excellent. Herrerasaurus, mysterious animal. We're not even 100% sure that it's a dinosaur. We'll talk about that. But yeah, and Weedabix Flicks, yes, in the rock. Exactly. Here, this is really cool stuff. There is a bit of a caveat there, and I'll tell you that in a minute, too. There is something to be really disappointed about within this documentary also. Again, you come here for the full story, you know, for the inside scoop, not just for the headlines and for the stuff that you hear about elsewhere. I tell you about something really crummy stuff. Well, shoot, what was I looking for? Come on. Yeah.
I didn't find the tip of the snake. That fell out the cliff.
I just found something quite extraordinary.
Yep.
It's the end of a jaw of the teeth of a massive pliosaur.
We went back again with a drone to see where it had come from.
I don't know if we're gonna find... Here, let's try this, maybe. We want to see the discoverer here. Oh, goodness. Anyway, the guy who discovered it...
Now to the story of a sea monster with 130
As an amateur collector.
teeth, the biting force of a T-Rex, and a skull measuring 2 meters. It might sound like the stuff of legend, but this creature really did exist around 75 million years ago, and it was called pliosaur. And a fossil of its enormous jaws has been now found off Dorset's Jurassic Coast. Our
That's cool,
science
OG Mountain
editor,
Dragon.
Rebecca
That's really
Morel,
neat.
went for an exclusive look.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Look at that skull.
It's huge.
Unveiling a Jurassic sea monster. This is the 2-meter-long skull of a pliosaur, one of the most
look at those
fearsome predators
interlocking
the planet
teeth.
has ever seen.
So it's got big teeth, excellent for stabbing and killing its prey. It doesn't chew its food, it just breaks into bits. and digest.
Throws it back to get in
and
there.
digest the bone and everything.
Steve Etches led the efforts to unearth and prepare this ancient aquatic beast.
Yep.
What makes this unique is it's complete. So the lower jaws and the upper skull are
incredible specimen.
To find that,
Texas cryptid, yeah.
There's hardly any specimens ever found to that level of detail. If they are, a lot of the bits are missing. Whereas this, although it's slightly distorted, it's got every bone present. It's one of the best fossils I've ever worked on. I'll never probably work on another one.
And they don't mention him by name or anything? Oh my goodness. So this is I've not seen this documentary yet. I was really excited to see it, and then I started hearing about this. Let me see if I can find this for you. There we go. Philip Jacobs was the name of the collector who discovered this in the first place. That was his video right there that he took of finding this on the beach and saying it probably just came down from the cliff. So in the BBC documentary last night, the person who actually found the fossil, Philip Jacobs, was not even mentioned. This has happened before, of course, starting with our own Mary Anning 200 years ago. Collectors are important too. P.S. Thankfully, Steve Etches and Chris Moore were extensively featured in the documentary, and they are amongst the world's best collectors and preparators. Without them, this project would not have been a success. And Philip Jacobs commented on this, and he says, I've been completely airbrushed out of my own discovery and gift, not even a mention. Both Helen and I are appalled. I have no words. So this is a guy who found this in the first place, and rather than taking it home and keeping it for himself, he brought it to the museum, he donated it, he showed them where he had found it. Without him, this discovery would not have been made. And frankly, this kind of thing, I don't know. From our perspective here in the US, it seems like this sort of thing happens a lot in the UK. That there's just complete dismissal sometimes of the regular, often working class folks who find these things in the first place. But yeah. And Gene Wen says that's how people decide they'd rather keep mum and sell their finds privately. Exactly, Gene Wen, exactly. This guy did everything right. And so yeah, Denver, my old crew chief, was commenting about this. He says, Philip Jacobs deserved to be properly acknowledged by name in the show. It is hard for academic institutions to encourage non-professionals to donate fossils when things like this happen. BBC, show some class and correct this ASAP, please. And to my knowledge, they haven't corrected that. So, yeah. Weedabix says from the UK, and that sounds about right. Yeah, Denver is too. He's from a village called Disley, near Manchester. Now he lives in North Dakota. But it's a shame, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yep, Jody Fish, I saw that. I know. We're gonna go through 2 dinosaur deep dives in a minute here. But yeah, Gene Wen says, BBC has sadly gone down the drain in recent years. I mean, yeah, there's been some stuff. I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about that. Anyway. Yeah. And how long ago did you find it? It was like a few months ago, I think, Mountain Dragon. It was pretty recently. Like, I think it was within 2023. Yeah. And, Beth Galaxy Fox wants to know where ichthyosaurs are on the reptile family tree. That's a good question. They're still kind of a mystery. Ichthyosaurs have been, hard to place, because they're so different from other reptiles. But here's kind of a basic phylogeny, family tree of amniotes. So, like, what is a dinosaur, and what isn't? Well, dinosaurs are everything that's evolved from this ancestor here, right here. So if you evolved from this ancestor, you are, by definition, a dinosaur. If you do not evolve from this ancestor, you are not a dinosaur. That's how dinosaurs are defined. That's what a dinosaur is. Ichthyosaurs on this chart are over here, and I love how there's a dotted line right here, because it's like, shoot, we don't really know. Are they diapsids? Probably. But they're still kind of a mystery. For a long time, ichthyosaurs were considered to be part of another group called the euryapsid reptiles, and I think that view has kind of fallen out of favor recently. Ichthyosaurs are still kind of a mystery. We know they're not lizards, like mosasaurs are. We know they're certainly not dinosaurs. We don't think they're turtle relatives. But they might be from some kind of ancient, poorly understood reptile group. Yeah. And Paleostream, yes indeed, yeah. This is a wonderful piece of art, and you can get it at Studio 252 MYA. Let me give you a link. We might even have a command line for that. But they've actually got a bunch of different ones. Evolution of Theropod Dinosaurs poster. It's in the same art style, some of the same assets there. But yeah, oh, there it is. It's right there at the top. What is the dinosaur poster? This is good stuff. I'm going to be teaching some classes in the next month or so. And, shoot, I need to contact my boss there and see if she can get a couple copies of this. It's good stuff. Excellent stuff. This is my favorite reference to just show at a glance. People ask, what is a dinosaur, Danny? How do you define a dinosaur? That's usually the image that I show. It's good stuff. Paleostream, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And Displacer says, wait, mosasaur ancestry isn't fully understood either? It's better understood than ichthyosaur ancestry is. But we know that mosasaurs are a kind of squamate. We know they're a kind of lizard. But did they evolve from earlier monitor lizards? Varanids, like the Komodo dragon? Or are they just closely related to varanids? Are mosasaurs ancestral to something like snakes? Or are they close to snake ancestry? The specifics of where in the lizard group mosasaurs came from, the specifics are still hazy at this point. You have different specialists with different ideas about this kind of thing. I had a long conversation with Nick Longrich about this summer in the field in Wyoming. He's of the opinion that mosasaurs, or that snakes are fossorial and not related closely to mosasaurs, I think, if I remember his position correctly. But yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. And Chill Stream in here? Yeah, Paleostream. Chill Stream today. We're gonna do some dinosaur deep dives, and, oh. Before I forget, let's put together a 3D model real quick. I've got two pieces to glue together. Yeah. Isn't the ancestry of snakes pretty hazy? It's still a matter of controversy, Gimp. Yeah. Did snakes originate from fossorial ancestors? Burrowing ancestors? A group of lizards losing their legs to become better burrowers? Or was it a group of lizards that had taken to the sea and were aquatic and lost their legs that way? Those are kind of the two main hypotheses. In fact, I think there's a PBS Eons video about this I can link to you if you're curious. We're not going to watch it yet, but, well, I'll show you the very beginning.
90 million years ago, a stealthy predator slipped in and out of burrows that it dug in the shadows of the dinosaurs in what would later become Argentina. Today, this creature is known as Najash, named after a monstrous biblical snake, and for the most part, it had all the classic traits that you expect a snake to have, like a long, sinuous body and ribs for days. But this ancient snake also had legs, which sounds weird, right? Like a snake with limbs? But what's even stranger about this creature is we are not at all sure where it came from.
Yeah, so here is a link to that. Just wanted to entice you a little bit. Bookmark that for later, maybe. But yeah, and mosasaurs would be lepidosaurs. They'd be squamates in particular. Beth Galaxy Fox, yeah. Yeah. Here. Paleostream, you'll like this. I'm 3D printing a classic fossil specimen. The holotype of Gorgosaurus lancensis. The Cleveland skull. And Emma the Odd, thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome, welcome. Yes, the famous Cleveland skull. I'm currently printing that. Printing it life size, so it's gonna take probably until the end of the week. But I've got one piece to show you. Here we go. There's the tip of the snout right there. There we are, and I've got the next part of the snout. Kind of the proximal part of the dendry and the maxilla there. So they're going to fit together like this. So why don't we just go ahead and glue those right now, live on stream. Yeah. It's going to be so cool when it's done. I mean, holy moly, is that going to be neat. Yeah. And it is like that pliosaur snout, Steely Dan. Yeah. Except this one didn't fall out of a cliff. On the Jurassic coast, it fell off of my 3D printer. Rather, I plucked it off. And Glorious Sir, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Here, let's get this glued. From that new picture frame today, I saved the box so I can use it. Prevent glue getting on the desk. Nice flat surface for this. And there we go. There's that. Let's go ahead and put some glue on there. On camera, there we go. So, you know what, I should really test fit these first. There we go, that's good enough. This glue takes a while to set, but I will be augmenting it with some quick dry super glue. Man, really squeezing the last out of this glue here. I should put more of this on the wish list, huh? There we go. And that is really that for that glue. And now, I think you need a new tube of glue. Yeah, thank you, Little Pink Pony. With this one, the tip broke off, and so it does make it a little bit difficult sometimes to work with. Puncture it like this. There we go. Just quick and messy. Don't have to be super precise with this. Tape back on there. do this and try out. There we go. And... whoop. Wrong button. Alright. Not too shabby. Sure, it looks good on this side too. Got it all lined up there. And then I'll fill in that seam later with some water putty. And should be nice and smooth. Get ready to paint when I've got the whole thing assembled. But yeah, not too shabby. Good stuff. Yeah. And I've got the Majungasaurus files, but haven't printed them yet. The Spinonicus. Yeah. Yeah, although I do have a bunch of other 3D prints. I've got a full-size Allosaurus fragilis skull. A full-size, or life-size, baby Triceratops. A life-size juvenile Tyrannosaurus. It's actually built... It's based in part on a specimen that I helped dig up back in 2013 and 2014 called... the site is called Chomper Rex. It's a Museum of the Rockies specimen. MOR 6625, I think. Yeah, and I've got a bunch of other 3D prints too. Too many to mention right now, but this is the latest one. And part 3 of this, right here, I think one of the orbits and the posterior part of the antorbital fenestra is printing right now as we speak. Should be done in about 6 hours or so. So, yeah. Again, with any luck, we'll be done with this bad boy by the end of the week. And I'll be able to show you. It's, yeah, it looks like this. The Cleveland skull. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Not because it was found in Cleveland. It wasn't. It was found in Carter County, Montana, way back in, like, 1942, I think. But it's currently reposited at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. And where did I get the model from? I don't remember where, Dinosaur Dave. It was somewhere online, obviously. But, yeah, and it's a gorgeous skull. Charlie's Dragon. I think... as the story goes, it was found on the top of a hoodoo. In one of Ray Troll's books, there's an illustration of that. Let's see if I can find that real quick. I think it's in Cruising the Fossil Freeway, so let me see if I can find it in there. Here we go. Excellent book if you are interested in paleontology in North America. The kind of story behind this book is paleontologist Kirk Johnson, who is now director of the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. It's the Smithsonian's Natural History Museum. He went on this big road trip with artist Ray Troll all across the American West looking at different fossils. And, oh, there it is. Yeah. And there's marvelous illustrations. Really, really cool stuff. And that is the Cleveland skull right there. Yeah. The Badlands around Ekalaka, Montana have hosted bone hunters for years. The Cleveland Museum of Natural History has a splendid little Tyrannosaur skull from this area that was renamed Nanotyrannus, the microscopic ruler, by Bob Barker. Rumor has it that the beautiful skull was perched on a hoodoo when it was found by Cleveland curator David Dunkel in 1942. That's the same Dunkel that Dunkleosteus is named after. Hoodoos are pillars of sedimentary rock capped with something more resistant to erosion than the rock of the pillar. Typically, the cap is just a zone of hardened rock, but in fossil-rich areas, fossils can cap the hoodoos. Collecting the skull required nothing more than strolling up to the hoodoo and snapping it off. And look who we've got here. Well, hello, hello, Mini Pie. Howdy, howdy. How are you doing? It's good to see you, Minnie. What's shaking with you? Oh, and hang on, goodness. My camera's not working. Let's correct that. Freezes up sometimes. There we go, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Yeah. Hello, hello, Minnie. Good stuff. Hello, Mini Pie. What's shaking? You like that microphone there? Yeah. Look at you. So this is one of my landlords, everybody. This is Mini Pie. And he is quite the character, aren't you, Minnie? Yeah, you're just sitting right on my book. Oh. Look at you. The camera is having a hard time picking you up. You're just so dark colored. Yeah. Would you like to be brushed right now? I know we got the brush for Sweetie Pie, and it's a long hair cat brush, but I wonder if you might like it. I could ask you to bring the short hair brush over, but I don't think you would do that for me. Oh, there you go. Good stuff. Yeah. Wow, now the only cat, my only landlord who's yet to make an appearance, is now Moon Pie. Well, excellent. Hello, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. I recently moved into this place, and it's just overrun with mammals like these. Like you. Look at you. You're a fearsome beast. Look at that. You looking at my ginkgos up here? What do you think of that? Oh. Yeah. There you go. Ah. Good stuff. Let's get some of that excess here. You got so much of it. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna shave you bald, young lady. Until you learn that hair is not a right, it's a privilege. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking to my landlord that way. Yeah. Oh. Don't eat the hair. No, stop. Don't eat that. I didn't collect this for you to eat. I collected it so you'd get it off of your keister. Yeah. Here we go. You're too mobile, Mini Pie. You're moving around too much. I can't keep you on camera. Yeah. Half of what we say to cats is, no, don't eat that. Yeah, I mean, I wish people would say that more often to cats. All the species that cats threaten with their fearsomeness. Yeah. I always tell people that, you know, if domestic cats were only like twice as big, they would frequently come home, you know, carrying neighborhood children in their jaws. Just like barely alive neighborhood kids. You know? Be like, look what I brought you. Yeah. had to bite it until it stopped making noise. My cat is an indoor cat only. That's good, Ghostly Ghoul, as I believe all cats should be. That's a hill I am willing to die on there. All three of my landlords, these cats, are all indoor-only cats, which means that they will, on average, live twice as long as a cat that's let outdoors. And they also will not be killing all, thousands of critters in the neighborhood. Yeah, they won't fall victim to, cars or coyotes or mean dogs or Zeppelin crashes. Huh? Yeah. Oh. You gotta watch out for those Zeppelins. My cat left two dead mice on the balcony. Oh no, Mama Coon. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I also know multiple people who have just adopted cats they found in the neighborhood, where it's like, even just in a neighborhood that they're visiting, it's like if a cat's outdoors, it's like, hey, free cat. Give that cat a good home. So don't let your cats outside. I also know many, many people who have left their cats outside and then the cats just never come back. Whether they were adopted or abducted or eaten is a mystery. Oh, Mini Pie. It's sending cat hair everywhere. It's just in the air. I'm gonna be sneezing like crazy. It's getting in my eyeballs. Yeah. Oh man, this is just gonna be your favorite spot now, huh? You're just gonna interrupt all my streams, aren't you? Aren't you? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Whoa. Look at all that hair, my goodness. Look at that. Camera doesn't do it justice, but that is a lot of hair there. I'm glad this works on you too, even though you're a short hair cat. Golganek did us a real solid getting us this brush, huh? Thank you again to Golganek. Wow, she's going nuts. This is the thing, you sleep for 2 days straight, and then you get up and you're just a terror. You're zooming around everywhere. Yeah. I'll take a science break if it means cat time. Ghostly Ghoul, yeah. Yeah. And tell her my cat now. There you go, Mama Coon. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look at you. Yeah, let's try and get this camera trained on you. Oh, it's not even picking you up. There you go. You're so dark colored, Mini Pie. You're so dark colored. Wow. What are you even doing? You're upside down on the camera. Oh, is that tasty? Yeah? You gonna eat me? I'm glad the cats here like me so much, you know? Otherwise I wouldn't be able to live here. So, thank you. You're the best landlords I've ever had. Yeah. Yeah. What were we talking about? Let's, yeah, we got our Tyrannosaur skull pieces glued. Let's do a deep dive here. We're gonna do Herrerasaurus in a few minutes, but first, let's do a deep dive from yesterday. From Birds Are Dead On. Birds Are Dead On, are you here right now? Because if you are, we will do Corvus monedula for you. I believe that's the Eurasian jackdaw. Would you want to see some bird videos, Mini Pie? Oh, she's on my lap right now. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Rubbing her face on the microphone cord. Yeah. Birds are not domesticated and should be left wild. There's only a few domesticated birds, Trek Nerd. Yeah, we've got ducks, we've got chickens, and pigeons have been domesticated at certain times. Yeah, she does really like mics, doesn't she, Claire Burr? Yeah. Those of you who have seen Ios or Lordy's streams have surely seen MiniPie before causing trouble. Yeah. And more Bloody, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So I don't see Birds Are Dead on here, so let's just jump straight to your deep dive there. Baja Smancer, let's talk about Herrerasaurus here. So Herrerasaurus is this critter. It was once regarded as the earliest known dinosaur, but nowadays we're not even totally sure if it is a true dinosaur or if it's just very closely related to dinosaurs. The thing is, at the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs, very beginning of dinosaur evolution, it becomes kind of a squishy gray area, like what is a dinosaur and what isn't. And this animal here, Herrerasaurus, is kind of right there on the boundary, you know? We're not totally sure that it is a dinosaur. Ouch. Oh, your claws, MiniPie. Ow, ow, ow. I'm gonna draw blood. Stop that. There you go. He's sit on the desk. There you go. Yeah. There we go. Hey. Now let's put this book away. You got your hair all over it? Oh boy. Oh, you're a menace. You're a menace, MiniPie. Yeah. And why aren't you sure the Herrerasaurus isn't a dinosaur? Oh, we're not. Don't eat that. I put that there so you wouldn't eat it. Now you're eating it. Yeah. We're not totally sure that Herrerasaurus is a dinosaur. If you were to ask most paleontologists, most would tell you that it probably is a dinosaur, but we're not 1,000,000% sure that it is a dinosaur. So here's the thing. When we're talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't, the criterion is did it actually give rise to all the other dinosaurs? Did other dinosaurs evolve from Herrerasaurus, or is it like a separate branch that's just closely related to dinosaurs? Is it just a very close cousin, or is it a true dinosaur? And that's become kind of controversial in recent years. But, yeah, here. Let me see if I can find you... Is this the right one? Let's see. Lines of predators. I think this might be it. Trying to find you this clip.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Risa Daegu.
Bigger desk to accommodate kitty time.
Now, the desk is plenty big. MiniPie is just very... She likes to roam. Yeah. It's a decent-sized desk. It really is. But it needs to be a particular shape to fit in this space, so I've had to custom build it. But yeah, here. Trying to find you this clip here. Birth of the Giants, the end of the Earth, Land That Time Forgot, Jurassic Park. I think it might be this one. Yeah, here we go. Talking about Herrerasaurus.
Today, the primordial killing fields of South America have disappeared, leaving behind one of the most spectacular geological formations on Earth.
Yeah, the Valley of the Moon in Argentina. Estigualastu Formation.
At the foot of the Andes in northwest Argentina lies a lunar landscape 50 miles long and 900 feet thick. Called the Valley of the Moon, it dates back an astonishing 230 million years to the time when dinosaurs first appeared.
Sit in my lap now. Just gotta behave yourself.
Surrounded by flaming red cliffs a mile high, it looks like the last place on Earth to search for ancient life. But for fossil hunters, this is the Garden of Eden, the place where it all began. In 1988, a joint team of Argentinian and American scientists came here on a quest to find the holy grail of paleontology, the first dinosaur.
In the valley, that you have a whole series of badlands. As you walk across, you're walking across millions of years from a time when dinosaurs were just appearing to a time when they took over. There's no place like it anywhere else on Earth.
The prime candidate was a creature called Herrerasaurus. First discovered in 1918, fragments of it litter the valley, but no skeleton or skull has ever been found. The team hoped that Herrerasaurus would solve a mystery that has puzzled scientists for over a century. What is a dinosaur, and where did they come from? Did they evolve from a single common ancestor, or a hodgepodge of different creatures?
Now we think that it was a single common ancestor. And it was
a
probably not...
six-week search
well,
revealed nothing.
We don't know if it actually came from South America, though.
Then, team leader Paul Serino of the University of Chicago followed a hunch. He took a crew to a previously unexplored part of the valley, and there he hit it big.
The discovery of the first skull and good skeleton of Herrerasaurus was one of the most cherished moments of my career. Going down to South America, discovering something that you were shooting for was just viewed as an impossibility. And when we did it, and it was there in the ground, something that's 230 million years old, at the surface for only a few years, it was so thrilling. I just broke down when I found it. It was one of the most amazing experiences of my career.
Yeah, and I actually have... Ooh, there's the specimen there. But in Luis C. Hoyos' book, Hunting Dinosaurs, he's got some quotes from Paul Serino about this, and it's pretty dramatic. So let me see if I can find that for you. What are you looking at, Mini Pie? Yeah. There's cat hair in the air everywhere now. Ugh. Here we go. Let me find it for you. Toward the beginning of it. There we go. rotate 180 degrees. Yeah. Paul tells me the story of how he found a complete Herrerasaurus on a previous expedition. We were trying to totally prospect this lower corner of the valley, which had a rich pocket of fossils. I climbed up this ridge and saw a little ravine that didn't have any of our footprints, so nobody had been there yet. But there wasn't time left that day, and we were moving up the valley. I went back and joked to the crew, "There's this good little triangle back there. It's the Bermuda Triangle, and our dinosaur's in that area." I couldn't sleep, thinking that we had left one triangle uncovered. A few weeks later, we took a Sunday off to take field pictures, and I said to the crew, "Well, we've got half a day left, and you don't have to come, but I would really like to drive back." Most of the team came. I was up and over the hill and down the valley first. Kathy Forster was to my right, about 100 feet behind me. We each went into our own little ravines to prospect. I laid my backpack down on a ridge, where I could see it, and I walked down about 20 feet and saw this fossil coming out of the rock. And I thought, well, it's just a rhynchosaur. Rhynchosaurs are a really common kind of animal in that area. They've got dozens of them. It's just a rhynchosaur. It's nothing. It's got to be a rhynchosaur. It's not a Herrerasaur. And I looked at it, and I began to recognize neck bones. And those neck vertebrae were very long. Then I realized I was looking at the whole fossil. I was frozen. I saw the back of the skull, and it was a dinosaur. There was no question about it. It was diving into the rock. It was a 1 in a million find. Here was the fossil. And I just let out the biggest yell. "Yeah, we found it." And Kathy ran up and said, "Either somebody died or you found it." I couldn't stand to look at it. I was afraid it was going to disappear or turn into a rhynchosaur. So I just walked away as people were assembling around this thing. And then I walked back, and what I didn't realize was that there was a tremendous release. I was just a young professor, and this was the first expedition I had led in my life. The first expedition to South America. The first real grant I had received from the National Science Foundation. There was a lot of pressure. I had grant reviewers saying, "You can't do it. You won't be able to do it. Sure, go down to South America, but you won't find what you're looking for." There were a lot of eyes on us. We were reopening the Triassic, and that hadn't been done in 30 years. He says I started crying by the fossil. The crew surrounded me, and the women were holding me, and they were saying that they'd never seen anybody react to a fossil like that. They said, "Why are you crying?" And I said, "Look at this thing. You could have found the toe sticking out and not known that you had the skull. You could have found the rib cage, and the skull could have washed away. There's 100 ways you could have found a whole skeleton of Herrerasaurus that wouldn't give us what we wanted, or we wouldn't have known what we had." And here it was. This knob on a hill, part of the neck actually was just rolled down a bit, and maybe a month later it would have been gone. I just rolled the 2 vertebrae back into place. We could have missed the whole thing. Even if we had found what we came to look for, it could have come 100 different ways. To have it come like this, beautifully preserved right there on the surface, in the Triassic, it was perfect. It was one of the greatest moments in my life. And that, to me, I try and say around the cat, that's how dinosaur paleontology goes oftentimes. You might have several years of working in a locality and you don't find what you're looking for. But then when you do, sometimes it's just this incredible rush, you know? It's really something. You know, I've had moments like that too, out in the field, and you never know what you're gonna get. There's never a guarantee that you're gonna get what you're looking for. And so to have that is pretty incredible, you know? Ouch. Don't bite me. What are you doing? It's getting a little too rambunctious now. Oh lordy, yes indeed. There's just hair everywhere now. I've been trying to brush her to cut down on future hair, but yeah. Where'd your brush go? There it is. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna continue with Herrerasaurus for right now. This cat chews through my cables. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh, yeah. Back to Paul Serino here.
Was just viewed as an impossibility, and when we did it, and it was there in the ground, something that's 230 million years old, at the surface for only a few years, it was so thrilling. I just broke down when I found it. It was one of the most amazing experiences of my career.
Kiosa, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
When the sediments beneath Herrerasaurus were dated, they turned out to be from the Triassic, the first of 3 geological time periods that began 245 million years ago. The second period was the famous Jurassic, which spanned 63 million years. And the
Mini Pie. My goodness. Yeah. You're relentless. She's just everywhere. You know, I'm gonna be building some shelves here in my area pretty soon, and hopefully Mini Pie is not gonna be climbing all over those. And Kiosa, no, you're good. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And you got her all riled up with the brushing? I know, right, Lordy? It's just... sensory overload for her. She doesn't know what to do. Should I run around? Should I bite? Should I tail whip? Don't knock over my mastodon, Mini Pie. Oh boy. We've got sophisticated scientific equipment around here, you know? That's why we gotta keep you brushed so it doesn't get clogged with cat hair. But it doesn't matter if you knock it all over. Anywho, yeah, Herrerasaurus.
The last was called the Cretaceous, which ended 60.
You know all this already, or you should, hopefully. Yeah.
Together, these 3 periods make up the Mesozoic, the age of reptiles.
I'm gonna go wipe this cat hair off my face.
Because the Valley of the Moon has been tilted up by geological forces, a cross-section exposes the rocks of these successive ages from the time before dinosaurs appeared to the end of the Triassic. Because Herrerasaurus was buried in Triassic rock, Serino knew it had to be one of the most primitive dinosaurs yet known. The length of a car, but lighter in weight than a small pony, it was a meat eater with an appetite for anything from small lizards to plant eaters the size of pigs. This was a fast and agile creature. Its head was narrow, its jaw lined with sharp backward curving teeth, ideal for grabbing onto large prey. But its real strength was in the design. Its 2 powerful hind legs would take the Triassic world by storm.
Yep.
American paleontologist William Sill knows that the Valley of the Moon is a time capsule of evolution. He moved here in 1978 to hunt for dinosaurs and encouraged Serino to prospect here too. Since working with Serino, he's become an expert on early dinosaurs and why they ruled the world for 160 million years.
This is the leg bone of Herrerasaurus, one of the secret weapons that allowed the dinosaurs to become so successful.
An interesting curve to it.
You notice the bone is in an upright position with a ball and socket joint that allowed it to be agile and vertical which provided two elements, speed and agility, while the rest of the animals at that time had their limbs out to the side and rotated them like this.
Yep, so they had a more sprawling gait, like modern
A
lizards.
lumbering four-legged reptile like today's Komodo dragon.
See how the arms going out to the
Herrerasaurus
sides?
was a thoroughbred. But its two-legged upright stance gave it another advantage.
The other secret weapon is this. Once the animal is completely upright, that frees the hands, which can then be used for grasping and grabbing, and the development of these huge claws, which, if you'll notice, are twice the size of the claws of a grizzly bear. With these two weapons, dinosaurs were able to take over the world with a technology that no other group of animals had at that time.
And that's not...
Herrerasaurus was clearly hands and...
You could maybe quibble with that. Silosaurs had something similar going on, and if Herrerasaurus is not a true dinosaur, that means that dinosaurs aren't the only animals that had that. But, yeah. So much cat hair. It all kind of hinges on whether or not Herrerasaurus was a dinosaur or not. Wikipedia is a good kind of up-to-date place to look at this kind of information, and it's usually very well cited. And the Herrerasaurus article, holy cow, is a featured article, which means that it is top quality on Wikipedia. I'm not surprised. Yeah. So, right here from the beginning, it comes off to a really interesting start. Herrerasaurus is a likely genus of Saurischian dinosaur. Again, we're not 1,000% sure that this is a true dinosaur. It might just be a very dinosaur-like archosaur. Yeah, for many years the classification of Herrerasaurus was unclear because it was known from very fragmentary remains. It was hypothesized to be a basal theropod, a basal sauropod, a basal Saurischian, or not a dinosaur at all, but another type of archosaur. Herrerasaurus has recently been classified as an early Saurischian, that's a lizard-hipped dinosaur, from the same group as the theropods and the sauropods, and most of the phylogenies.
In an unsuspecting world,
Holy cow!
creatures from the dawn of time.
Octavius King!
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Welcome, welcome.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius King!
Octavius
How did your stream go?
King and their 50 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet, sweet havoc.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Octavius and Raiders. How are you? How was your stream? How are the rats doing? How are things in general? It's great to have you here. We are, recovering from some cat activity here. There's still cat hair floating everywhere in the air, and I'm, like, pulling it out of my beard and my mustache and my eyelashes. But yeah, we were trying to talk about Herrerasaurus, which is this early dinosaur here that, we're not actually 1,000,000% sure that it was a dinosaur. It might just be a very, very dinosaur-like dinosaur relative. Not 100% sure. We know it's a meat-eating animal. We know it's very dinosaur-like. But is it a true dinosaur? It's a tough question because at the very, very beginning of the age of dinosaurs, basically all dinosaurs looked like this. They were small or smallish, two-legged meat-eaters. Eoraptor, which is from the same geological formation as Herrerasaurus, but we found specimens that are slightly older than Herrerasaurus, from further back in time. Eoraptor, we are fairly certain is a dinosaur. And it is generally agreed to be the earliest known dinosaur. And Deepest Blue Dragon, thank you for the 19 months of support. Yeah. Or 19 months ago. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that's a dinosaur ancestor there. We used to call that a thecodontian. Now we would call it like oh shoot, what would we call it nowadays?
Do you think
a dinosauriform, I
are
guess.
put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver. I never.
Philey Zoo, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Your name almost sounds like Philo Zoo or something. Like, it's got a phylogenetic ring to it. Is that intentional? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, yeah. Sweet Havoc and Ratty Crimes. Good stuff, Deepless Blue Dragon. Good stuff. Thank you, by the way, for the 19 months of support. Good stuff. And G. Shumway says, was Coelophysis even earlier? Coelophysis is later. Yeah. Coelophysis is probably about 10 million years younger than Eoraptor here. Jim wanted to know what makes a dinosaur a dinosaur. And we were actually just talking about this a little while ago. So what is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a really handy kind of poster explaining that concept here. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry, based on their evolution. You know? We can look at different traits that different organisms have. Like, do they have fur? Do they have feathers? Or are they warm or cold-blooded? Or stuff like that. The stuff you learn about in school. Those things can be useful, but they can also trip you up. And, what makes a dinosaur is that it evolved from the common dinosaur ancestor, something like Eoraptor. Right here. If a creature did not evolve from this ancestor, it is not a dinosaur, by definition. That's how dinosaurs are defined, basically. Another way to define them, I guess, is to say that there's like the crown group definition of dinosaurs. And that's basically dinosaurs are defined as Triceratops over here. Modern birds, they often pick like the house sparrow, Passera domesticus, over here. Dinosaurs are those two animals and their most recent common ancestor and all descendants of that recent common ancestor. So basically, it comes back to that same point. Dinosaurs all evolved from the common ancestor of the dinosaurs. And anything that didn't evolve from that common ancestor, like crocodiles, like pterosaurs, like plesiosaurs, like turtles, those are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? In science, we classify living things based on phylogeny, based on what they're related to, their evolutionary relationships, their family tree, essentially. Does that make sense? Jim says, gotcha, thank you. You're welcome, Jim. Thank you for the good question. This is key stuff. It's important, so I'm glad you asked that. But yeah. And Pro Science says, page 69 has a good anatomical description in Paul's Princeton Field Guide. Yeah, there's different anatomical traits that we can use to identify the earliest dinosaurs. There's things to do with their metatarsals, with their ankles. They've got ancestrally 5 sacral vertebrae, 5 vertebrae within the hips, stuff like that.
It's so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A
Tommy
dirter is one
Luco.
of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Tommy Luco, thank you for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff.
Dirter.
And the hips don't lie. Yeah. Well, except when they do, Tommy Pelodicus. If we're talking about lizard-hipped versus bird-hipped dinosaurs, then the hips do lie. Because birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. So sometimes the hips do lie. We had a question about...
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time.
What this critter was, I think somebody was asking what the blue critter. That's like Postosuchus, or kind of Rawasuchian animal.
3
Crocodile relative.
are leading this expedition.
Tommy Luco, 5 gift subs. Thank you for that, Tommy Luco. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much, Tommy Luco. 5 gift subs from Tommy Luco after those 10 months of support, too. Exquisite. Thank you very much for keeping me here on the air, Tommy. I appreciate that tremendously. I really do. Thank you, thank you. To uphold a reputation here. Well, thank you for doing so, Tommy. It's excellent. And Sculpin says, hello, Danny. Expect an Amazon delivery today. Well, 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 Sculpin. I already was expecting some Amazon deliveries. But is there something else now, too? Oh, I see there's some items that are not on the list anymore. Well, well, well. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, were my orders delivered? Yes, delivered. Excellent. I've got another webcam. Cat dinner. Like this one identical to this one arriving today. So, we'll have another camera angle soon, hopefully. Yeah, shoot, if Lordy is watching right now, then I hope those have been brought in out of the rain. Those boxes. You just got some action? Thank you, Lordy. Excellent. Beautiful. Yeah. What model is that new webcam? It is an Anker PowerConf C200 2K webcam. Yeah. Here. I'll show you a picture. There you go. Looks like that. It's good stuff. You know? I need to find maybe find or create what they call a LUT for this. An LUT, I forget what it stands for. But it's a way to try and get different cameras to match so that this one looks more similar to this one. So it's nice and consistent. And, oh, it looks like we're getting a delivery here. Well, hello, Lordy. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Excellent. Do you want to say hello to chat? Oh, okay. She doesn't want to. Thank you, Lordy. Good stuff. Yeah. And wow, looks fancy, says Charlie's Dragon. It's really not. This is like, I think I got it for $50. It was on sale. Not too bad. Not too bad. So yeah. Good stuff. And it's a lookup table. Not sure if you'll need to get that level just to be able to adjust white balance. I already tried Static Life Photo, and I don't have specific drivers for this installed, but the white balance settings and the saturation settings and everything else in OBS are almost non-existent. This is as close as I was able to get. And, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, anyway. And Lordy's shy today. It happens, you know? It happens. But I believe we've got a gift here. Let me take a look at that. From Sculpin, perhaps? Nope, there's just stuff that I ordered. Maybe it hasn't arrived yet today? Maybe it's going to be in a separate delivery? I don't know. Dude, I would hate for the Amazon truck to have to show up 3 times today. But, yeah, it doesn't seem to quite be here yet, Sculpin. But thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. To close out... Oh!
If they're removed, America loses them. Forever.
Kiosa, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. That is wonderful. That is a recurring subscription there, Kiosa. Thank you, thank you. Exquisite. Thank you for that pledge of continued support, and I will do my very best to provide good science content to you and everyone else. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living. Like, this is, how I put food on the table, you know? This is how I pay my bills. So thank you, Kiosa, for supporting a starving scientist. Not starving. Thanks in part to you. Thank you. Yeah. And we're 1/3 of the way to the goal for the final month of Partner Plus. Exactly, Lenina. I'm so excited about that. So excited about that. Yes. Anyway, Herrerasaurus. Really interesting dinosaur here. It's particularly interesting, I think, because we're not 1,000,000% sure that it is a dinosaur. The thing is, all of the very, very first dinosaurs that we know of, whether they're Eoraptor, whether they're Styracosaurus, whether they are Herrerasaurus, all of the very, very first dinosaurs were small, 2-legged meat eaters. So anytime that a dinosaur eats plants, anytime that a dinosaur walks on 4 legs, anytime that a dinosaur, you know, has a great big head with a bony frill or horns or anything, those are all like really special adaptations that came later on in the evolutionary history of the dinosaurs. The very first dinosaurs all basically looked like this. Including Eoraptor, including Styracosaurus, right here. And including Herrerasaurus, if it is a dinosaur. But the thing is, we're not 1,000,000% sure that it is. Yeah. So everyone that you see on here, basically, San Juansaurus, Eodromius, Tawa, these are all small 2-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. And we actually saw this same display right here in Lehi, Utah. I've streamed this twice, actually. The Museum of Ancient Life at Thanksgiving Point in Lehi, Utah. Eoraptor and Herrerasaurus. Here. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And as a scientist myself, how can I support my fellow? I appreciate that, Kiosa. What kind of science do you do? I'd love to know if you wouldn't mind sharing. Thank you. From one scientist to another, thank you very much. Appreciate the support. All right. And let's see. Yeah, so the way that we actually classify like the way that we make decisions about which dinosaur belongs to which group, we often do it with a program, a system, a way of doing things that we call cladistics. And so basically what you do is you look for different anatomical characteristics, and then you code those into what we call a character matrix. So we're assigning ones or zeros, or I guess zeros, ones, or twos, or sometimes other numbers to them. You kind of create this like numerical coding system, and then you run it through a computer. It spits out what we call a cladogram. So this is it's a way of demonstrating, like, according to how you coded things, these are the creatures that have the most similarities in common with one another. It's a very garbage in, garbage out kind of a system, but it's pretty useful. Do I have a clip for that? I betcha I do. Nothing so far. Let's see if I can find that manually then. Because there was a really nice kind of explanation of this with Jacques Gauthier. Kind of one of the first people who helped introduce cladistics to the world of dinosaur paleontology. This would have been back in... what year would that be? Like the early 1990s, really. I think it was in here. 1991, that sounds about right. Yes! There we go. Beautiful. There is paleontologist Kevin Padian of Dirter fame. There is, now since passed away, paleontologist Larry Martin there.
Share a close common ancestor very early in their history, and this would just simply be a closer common ancestor than they share with, say, dinosaurs, so that the proto-bird, whatever it is not going to look like an alligator.
Portuguese, yeah.
Well, I think that there's disagreement about the interpretation of certain features of the evidence. But here you see when a case has been put forward very explicitly as the dinosaur origin hypothesis has been done, and there's several hundred different kinds of shared derived evolutionary characters that support.
Kyosa says archaeobotany with some genetic engineering and molecular biology. Very cool, Kyosa. Ancient DNA, paleo DNA. English isn't my native language. You're doing just fine, Kyosa. Thank you so much for the support and for introducing yourself, and I'm so glad that you're here. You should totally follow Science Streams, by the way. Balint and Lita are molecular and systems biologists, and you probably have some overlap with them if you haven't encountered them yet. Check out their stream too.
The dinosaur origin hypothesis has been done, and there's several hundred different kinds of shared derived evolutionary characters that support the idea that birds are just small carnivorous dinosaurs that evolve flight. I think it really is incumbent at this point on someone who says, well, I have a better idea, to come forth with that and use the same methods and show that another hypothesis using the same evidence and additional evidence explains all the evidence better. That's the way science works. It works by method. Yep. And we have to agree on a method. The method people are using is the method of using shared derived evolutionary characters.
So that's how we determine what is a dinosaur, to a certain extent. Determine whether or not birds evolved from dinosaurs is you look for those evolutionary traits.
The method is called cladistics, a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics.
And I am going to snag this right here. Copy that. And I'll make a note of this for the future.
The method is called cladistics, a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not. These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs. And these two are closer still because only they have feathers. The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers, because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails, and we're big.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
So it is based on a lot of judgment when you're coming up with those characters. And so when you're publishing something like this, usually that's in the supplementary data. So, like, you can look up somebody's character matrix in the supplementary data attached to the paper and go, like, if you really want to dig into it, you can kind of say, like, oh, okay, this is how they coded this feature and that. Some features are going to be better than others. They're going to be more informative for, you know, for creating a cladogram like this. But, yeah, you can really get into the weeds here. But this is one of those areas where, like, computer programming dovetails with paleontology. So there are some paleontologists who their original, you know, background is in computer programming.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs, and birds are the continuation of that line. This comes as no surprise to Gautier.
The simplest interpretation for all the evidence has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
Well, I don't have anything at all against either Cladus or Cladistics. I am a little bit upset by rather dogmatic statements that are sometimes made by people that would sort of imply that because you do a cladistic analysis that you've come up with truth.
I kind of agree with Larry Martin here in principle, but I completely disagree with him about the idea that birds are, you know, he didn't think that birds were related to dinosaurs. He thought that birds evolved from an earlier, unknown, crocodile-like ancestor that we've just never found.
Empirically, you know that's not true, because if you look at perfectly good cladus that work on the same group, they all come up with different cladograms. You know that at best only one of those cladograms can be correct. Now, the reason for this is...
I mean, frankly, none of them are 100% correct because they're all incomplete. But,
probably has to do with how carefully people analyze and choose the characters that go into the cladograms. If
he's right about those, yeah.
Into a cladogram, you're going to get garbage out.
Yep.
Well, they're welcome to their point of view, but they may have another agenda. They may not like cladistic analysis, as you pointed out. They may not want to think about birds as being dinosaurs. They may really think that birds must be more ancient and they must come from the far. I mean, there's always something that makes people, you know, there's something lying behind why people have ideas.
Yep. Anyway, so yeah, that's cladistics. And right now, some cladograms, the way that some people code certain characteristics, when they're looking at dinosaurs like Herrerasaurus and Staurikosaurus and Eoraptor and those critters, sometimes those cladograms, you know, the computer spits out a cladogram result that shows Herrerasaurus just outside of the dinosaur family tree. And so, honestly, we need more fossils. We need more people working on this problem to really figure that out for sure. But anyway, thank you, Bahasmancer, for giving us that dinosaur deep dive there. And, yeah, good stuff. We'll be talking more about Herrerasaurus in the future because I'm going to be 3D printing a Herrerasaurus skull at some point. Let me show you that file. Herrerasaurus. Here we go. This is the skull of Herrerasaurus here. It's not the prettiest skull in the world, but it's important. And it's based on this. It's actually a scan of this specimen here. So again, not the prettiest thing in the world. You can get other Herrerasaurus skulls as files that are like sculpted. I like the original. And so that's what I'm going to be printing. Yeah. It is going to look nice, I hope, Lenina. It'll require some careful painting to make it look just like the original, but it'll be cool. It'll be cool. And I'm going to have to print it in multiple pieces because, as you saw, it was too big for the print bed. So anytime you have to print something in multiple pieces, it creates a lot of extra work because you got to glue those pieces together, you got to fill in the seams with water putties, smooth them over. You got to make it look, you know, like it came out in one piece. So, yeah. Yeah. Package arrives tomorrow. Okay, gotcha, Sculpin. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, it won't take as long to print as our juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull, the Cleveland skull here, which is going to be, I think, about that long when it's done. I've got part 3 of it printing right now. But honestly, the most charismatic part, the snoot, is now printed. And see that seam right there? Yeah. I'll be filling that in with water putty, smoothing it over before I paint it. But with any luck, we'll be done printing this by the end of the week, and I'll be able to show you what it looks like all put together. And then I'm gonna have to do like a marathon session of smoothing and sanding and painting and seam filling. For a bunch of different 3D prints that I've done over the past year that I haven't had a chance to finish yet. And we'll be able to put those up in the background here for our dynamic changing background, different every day. Here's, for instance, our mastodon model right here, sculpted by famed paleo artist Charles R. Knight. And I actually need to do a better job filling in that seam right there, because I had to print this in 2 parts also, and that seam is still visible. Unacceptable by my standards. That needs to be better. So I've got a lot of work. I'm probably gonna take like a weekend to do that at some point. It'll be good. It'll be good. Lenina says, I really like the background. It's so fun. Thank you, Lenina. Thank you very much. You know, it takes a lot of effort every day to change things up. But it's, I hope the results are worth it in the end. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And how long does that take to 3D print and assemble? For this Tyrannosaurus, this is going to take about 100 hours total, I think. There are, I think, 6 files at about 12 hours each. So 6 times 12 is what? 72. So yeah, maybe about 72 hours of printing for this bad boy. Yeah. And Steely Dan says, what's the picture on the bottom right? Bottom right. This right here? Yeah. Those are Diplodocus vertebrae. There we go. This is an illustration from one of, I think, Othniel Charles Marsh's papers? Or was it one of Osborne's? No, this is one of Marsh's. Pretty sure this is Diplodocus here. Yeah. manually focus this. Not as good as we're gonna get there. Yeah. I like a lot of these old figures from papers. I think they make beautiful bits of artwork for the background. And with those double beam verts, exactly, Lenina, those caudal chevrons at the bottom. This is where the dinosaur Diplodocus gets its name, is from these. There's a classic Diplodocus double beam chevron right there. One in the back, one in the front. Double beam. So these are vertebrae from the tail of this animal, to make that clear. These are tail bones of Diplodocus. There we go. Yeah. Beat me up, Diplodocus, yeah, and do it twice. And Tommy double beam over here. Yeah. Here you go, Tommy Diplodocus. Yeah. And it's just stunning. Yeah, Kiosa, absolutely. A lot of those older figures from papers from the 19th and early 20th centuries, they are gorgeous. And that's, also, you don't have to print them in color, which saves money, too. But yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, the way you said Tommy Double Beam really made it sound like a gangster name. That was the intent, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. You know. Tommy Double Beam. He's a made guy. Forget about it. Dinosaur Dave, I believe you have got some dinosaur pictures for us to look at, for with which to guess what dinosaurs they are. Is that the idea, Dinosaur Dave? Yeah, I've got it right here, still open in the tab. Thank you, thank you. Let's start here, I guess. I've seen this movie. So Dinosaur Dave sent me a bunch of images of different dinosaurs from different science fiction media. And so I guess the idea is I go through and I look at each of them, and I try and figure out what they're supposed to be. Some of these are going to be a little bit fanciful. January 2nd was National Science Fiction Day here in the US. And, here. Do we have anything for that? There we go.
We're still enjoying the holiday break right now, or simply looking for something to do after work today. Today's the perfect day to curl up on the couch with your favorite science fiction book or maybe even feature film. Today is National Science Fiction Day. This is a big one for Caitlin in particular, who is a science fiction nut. So this morning we thought we'd go beyond the headline to see how this genre has become as big as it is today.
We were supposed to do this last Tuesday, and then just had too many other things going on, so National Science Fiction Day we're celebrating today.
20th century creation. But there are stories today that could be considered science fiction that date all the way back to the 1700s. Most notably, Gulliver's Travels, which dates back to 1726. Fast forward to 1818 and Mary Shelley releases Frankenstein. The book was such a major step forward for the genre that many consider Shelley the mother of science fiction, even though the word science hadn't been invented yet. Then came...
That's not true. The word science was in use, but it wasn't used as widely as it is today. I think the word science is not short for, it's derived from scientia, which I think might be like from ancient Greek. But yeah, but science is like a field of knowledge. That term wasn't really in use then. In Mary Shelley's day, they would have called it maybe natural history. Or even earlier, they would have called it natural theology. Or natural philosophy is another one. So yeah, scientists, we would recognize today, they might have been called natural philosophers way back in the 1700s or even the 1800s. The word scientist had not been invented yet, though. It at least wasn't in widespread use, diagonal, yeah. I bet you it had been some obscure term somewhere, but it was not... Nobody called themselves a scientist back in the day. Back in this time, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Jules Verne, a name that's still iconic in the science fiction community. His novels featured everything from cars to submarines, computers, and other futuristic mechanical marvels that hadn't been invented. The time period also saw classics like War of the Worlds and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but science fiction entered its golden age in the 1920s. And it really took off in 1926, when the magazine Amazing Stories was first published. And it featured many of science fiction's best early stories. On the film and TV side, science fiction took off in the 60s and 70s with shows like Star Trek, paving the way for movies like 2001: A Space.
So what I'm a little bit bugged by in this is... I think people associate... of course I'm going to say this as a paleontologist. I think most people associate science fiction way too much with outer space and aliens and stuff like that. So much of science fiction is, you know, it takes place right here on Earth. And sometimes it involves time travel. Sometimes it involves, you know, now extinct organisms. There is so much, and science fiction can also be stuff about, like, pandemics and things. One of my very favorite science fiction movies is one called Contagion that came out in 2012, I believe. It's a Steven Soderbergh film with Kate Winslet and Lawrence Fishburne and Jude Law. Excellent movie. That's science fiction, you know? Because it deals with a global pandemic. It was really kind of prophetic in a lot of ways to, like, the COVID pandemic. But that is also science fiction. Science fiction doesn't just mean outer space. I think a lot of people think of those as synonyms, and they're not, you know? Yeah.
Space Odyssey, Star Wars, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, see?
And the rest, as they say, is science fiction history.
As they say.
Boy, I like that anchor. I don't know who does that stuff, but he is good.
And Jurassic
Hey,
Park,
if you're wondering how
also
January 2nd
classic
shows us
science
celebrate
fiction,
Science
Charlie's
Fiction
Dragon,
Day.
yeah.
It is the famed birthday of science fiction writer. You might have heard of this guy, Isaac Asimov.
Yeah. Anyway, so that was last Tuesday, January 2nd, was National Science Fiction Day here in the United States. And to celebrate, let's look at some dinosaurs from some science fiction films. I suppose you could call 2005's King Kong a science fiction film if you wanted to. I wouldn't argue too strenuously. But these are big ol' sauropods from that. They're... I believe they were referred to as Brontosaurus. And they've got that classic Camarasaurus-looking head right there. It's, oh boy. It's a long story. Brontosaurus is probably the same dinosaur as Apatosaurus. At least I think it is. But, anyway. The same guy, Othniel Charles Marsh, named both Apatosaurus first and then Brontosaurus after. Brontosaurus was based on better material than Apatosaurus, but it was missing its head. Apatosaurus was too, I believe. In 1976, I think it was, professional physicist and... I can't call him an amateur paleontologist. He just wasn't a paleontologist by trade. He did paleontology as a hobby, but he published all these cool things. Jack McIntosh. This guy. You find him in this book. But Jack McIntosh was one of the world authorities on sauropod dinosaurs. And he recognized, like, holy cow. There he is there, in his 70s, I believe. This is in the early 1990s when this picture was taken. There he is with Apatosaurus there. Jack McIntosh, if I remember correctly, was the guy who realized that, like, oh shoot, these are two different names for the same dinosaur. And in a lot of the old skeletal mounts of Brontosaurus, the skull that they had put on there was incorrect. This was sculpted based on the skull of a Camarasaurus. They were trying to guess what the skull of this animal would look like. So they gave it this very boxy skull like this. It looks a lot like the skull of Camarasaurus. This skull, right here, this is a juvenile Camarasaurus skull, not full-grown. But yeah, very, like, tall, boxy skull like this. Yeah. And, it turns out the animal didn't have a skull that looked like that. The animal had a skull that looked like this. But anyway, in classic Brontosaurus reconstructions, you'll see him with those boxy heads, and that's what Peter Jackson was going for when he made this in 2005. This is the Brontosaurus from King Kong, which is really cool, but I don't know, I have a love-hate relationship with this movie. It does not treat its dinosaurs well. I don't know if a single one of these animals makes it out of that movie alive. It's like they've been existing on this, you know, remote island in the Indian Ocean for, you know, tens of millions of years. And then a film crew shows up and, like, all the dinosaurs that show up on camera die in that movie. It's awful. So, yeah. Anyway. Those are my thoughts. Yeah. Camarasaurus as opposed to Mustang Gory Titan, yeah. Or Dodge Charger Don. And technically Brontosaurus is the only one that used to be an actual dinosaur. Yeah, they also have... They chose good names for some of their other dinosaurs, which is unfortunate, because, like, we really can't use those names now. What did they call the Tyrannosaurus? It was Vastatosaurus, which means ravishing reptile. Or ravisher lizard. Yeah, it was, like, that, it's such a good name. Vastatosaurus. And now we can't use it. Because they used it on this fictional Tyrannosaur for the movie. And they had a big dromaeosaur. They called it Venatosaurus, I think? Yeah. This guy. Another good name. And, yeah. Like, there's not that many... Well, there's plenty of good names left, but, like, those are prime names that are being used on fictional dinosaurs, and it's kind of frustrating. Yeah. And Vastatosaurus, it was a really cool creature design, Sloppy Salamander. It really, really was. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I was trying... I'm trying to find some kind of a clip here, and YouTube's just full of garbage. Yeah. Oh, well. I had the, like, production diaries DVDs for this. My mom got those for me for Christmas in, like, 2004. Yeah. And they had a... They had a segment about that. About, like, the creature design part. And I'll see if... Pre-visualization... There we go.
The domain of the digital department. They took sculptures of the dinosaurs that were done by Weta Workshop.
This is what we got here. This is Stan, the T-Rex, and this comes from Black Hills over in South Dakota. And this is, I believe it's one of the most completed skulls ever found of a T-Rex, and it's it's a beautiful specimen. It was just great reference for all the sculptors to have this kind of stuff.
Extremely talented artists here did this, like creating this fictional kind of modern Tyrannosaur. Modern in the sense that it was supposed to live in the 1930s. 1933, I think, is when King Kong takes place. And yet it's also... They wanted to, like, have it harken back to the original 1933 King Kong film and make it seem... They wanted to give it visual aspects that would be similar to, like, you know, antique depictions of dinosaurs. To make it really scaly, really, like, kind of lizard or even snake-like in certain respects. So it's interesting science fiction in that sense, where, like, they're designing a creature here, and they're making it a little bit fanciful. You know, they weren't trying to make it super authentic, paleontologically. And yet, they still did things like reference a real Tyrannosaurus skull. And I think that's really, really cool. So, there's this concept in creative disciplines. It's like you have to really know the rules before you can break them. You know? You can't just do things all willy-nilly. You've got to actually understand what you're dealing with, learn the rules so that you can break them in an intelligent and creative, thoughtful way. And that's what they were doing here, and you really got to appreciate that, you know? It's cool stuff.
It was just great reference for all the sculptors to have this kind of stuff to look at.
Each of the three T-Rexes is slightly different to each other. It's a family, it's a mother and a father and a child. And they sculpted those and they made maquettes that were then scanned in the computer.
We need to then take that data and convert that into a creature that's animatable, that can move naturally, that still preserves all that detail. And then...
They actually have a skeleton in there, and they did things like add a bunch of tail vertebrae, so it would have this longer, snaky, almost lizard-like tail. They enlarged the hips, so it's got a way bigger ilium here, and more robust ischium and pubis than it would have in life. They also give it a longer foot right here, and a longer tib-fib as well, and more robust jaws also.
Color is layered on top of that.
Longer ribs.
Texture passes are created.
It's interesting stuff.
Dinosaurs to have a slightly old-fashioned look. I didn't want the smooth, pebbly skin that paleontologists tell us dinosaurs have today. I wanted the old 1930s movie-style dinosaurs, which were, they had scales and lumps and bumps on them and much more crocodilian. So we had freedom and to make them just like cool movie monsters, basically. Kong took a long time to, you know, to work through a very...
Yeah, who cares about that, though? We're here for the dinosaurs. So it's cool stuff. Like, I appreciate all the hard work that went into that, and they came up with some really cool-looking creatures. Their Brontosaurus here they were cool, too. Very 1930s, and I think that's exactly what they were going for, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Birdbanes says, do we have any records of proto-dinosaurs? We do. Birdbanes, it's tough to say which ones were actually ancestral to dinosaurs, but we were talking about Herrerasaurus earlier. Here, maybe a good example of a, like, proto-dinosaur, if I catch your meaning correctly, would be something like, like Saltopus, perhaps, which is an early dinosaur-like creature. We no longer think it was a dinosaur, but it's very close to the ancestry of dinosaurs, we think. Saltopus. Yeah, name means hopping foot. And it's from Scotland. Yeah. Those are pieces of the holotype. It's not well preserved. It's really not. So there's still some mysteries as to like what's going on with its anatomy, because it's kind of barely preserved there. Yeah. Single partial skeleton lacking the skull, but including parts of the vertebral column, forelimbs, pelvis, and hind limbs. They have been preserved mainly as impressions or natural casts in the sandstone. Very little bone material is present, so that makes this animal more difficult to study. But, yeah, anyway. So it's previously thought to be a Saurischian dinosaur, lizard-hipped dinosaur. A more advanced theropod, or a close relative of the Herrerasaurs, but its taxonomy has been in dispute since only fragmentary remains have been recovered. Yeah, Greg Paul suggested it might be a juvenile coelophysid. That's interesting. But yeah, I think the general consensus nowadays is that it's similar to creatures like Lagasuchus, which are dinosaur-like, but they're not quite dinosaurs yet. This is like kind of coming off of one of the crocodile-y branches of the reptile family tree. It's an archosaur. It's close to dinosaurs, but this is like... What would be a good analogy? Shoot. I don't even know. I was going to say it's like... This is like rugby if dinosaurs are like American football, where it's like, it's close, but it's not quite there, but that's a crummy analogy. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And what is this, Lenina? Thank you from Matt M33. Triceratops Sculpture Project. What is this? Oh, is this a commercial thing? Yeah. This might be one of those, like, pay-to-dig programs. Yeah, which... Those can be cool. I've met Matt Mossbrucker before. He's a cool guy. But are these fossils actually going to end up in a fossil repository? Or are they going to be sold afterward? Because a lot of those pay-to-dig programs, they just sell the fossils afterward. It's a money-making enterprise. I don't think Matt Mossbrucker would be involved in something like that, but yeah. I don't know. I can't really promote that until I know more about it, honestly. Yeah. Is it legit? I don't know, Miss Yvette. I don't know. You could buy a ticket to dig for $900. Yeah, that's the thing, Charlie's Dragon. That's... I don't know. I've been on a lot of digs myself where I've volunteered and you get to eat for free and everything. But I've also been on a lot of digs where I'm like part of the main crew there and I don't even get paid. So like paying $900 to do something like that is... I don't know. It kind of rubs me the wrong way, I guess. Pay to work. Exactly what I thought there would be a... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let's check out the next dinosaur. Oh yeah, we've got more of these from Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. I just wish this film had been more respectful. I wish the plot of the film had been more respectful to its dinosaurs. They deserve so much better than this, you know? So yeah. And what is this? That's a Parasaurolophus there. What game is this from, Dinosaur Dave? Another Parasaurolophus there. Oh, it's paleopines. Oh, okay. Well, cool. That's neat. It's funny, I hear people talking a lot more about Parasaurolophus on platforms like Blue Sky and Twitter. Is this like one of the main dinosaurs in that game? Because if it is, then that may have fostered like a temporary surge in popularity for this dinosaur, Parasaurolophus. It's your main companion, says Sloppy Salamander. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Parasaurolophus is a really cool dinosaur. It's one of the duck-billed dinosaurs that we maybe know the most about. So yeah, this is a classic example of a Lambeosaurine hadrosaur. So a big crested duck-billed dinosaur. It's a cool critter. And we actually know a good deal about this animal's ontogeny, too. Let's see. Yeah, Joe, the dinosaur. DinosaurJoe.org. Yeah, so this is a juvenile Parasaurolophus here. It was discovered in Utah a few years back. I think I actually know the guy. What was his name? Kevin something? His last name started with a T. He discovered this in the first place.
Ontogeny.
When he was just like a high schooler. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, skeleton of Joe, the baby Parasaurolophus.
Skeleton of Joe, the baby Parasaurolophus. And as you can see,
gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Here, it's a pretty small animal. Let me point out a few of the big features. First we have the skull, right here, the right half of the skull. The left side of the skull was actually split off from the rest of the skeleton, and so we have it as a separate block. Here's the neck, curling around here, and the rib cage with the shoulder blade. The arm bone, the only arm bone that we have preserved is underneath this area here. It was only found as an impression, so you can't...
Yeah, this is Andy Farkey here, I believe, giving us that tour. Raw Got Glaze says, I got a question. I don't know, Raw. That sounds more like a statement to me. What's your question? I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If you could taste any dinosaur, which one would you taste? I'm not really a meat guy, Raw Got Glazed, so I'd be like, I guess, licking the exterior of a dinosaur, and that doesn't sound particularly tasty. I don't know. Oh, no, shoot. I take that back. I have tasted many dinosaurs before. Dinosaur fossils. They tend to taste like, you know, rocks and dirt. But yeah. Sometimes when you're in the field and you're cleaning off a fossil, especially when you've been in the field for weeks and weeks, away from civilization, no electricity, no running water, no internet, no nothing. You know, you're just kind of, you know, you just kind of like melt into the Badlands, you know? Stuff that might gross you out under normal circumstances back in civilization, it's just, you know, you just kind of become one with the dirt. You know? What it reminds me of is, ever seen Apocalypse Now? When you're in the field long enough, you just kind of become one with the dirt like this.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had...
Chris T.S.
dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
I appreciate your 11 months of support, Christy S. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Christy S., for keeping me here on the air for almost a year there. That's excellent. My point was, when you're in the field, you just kind of become one with the dirt. You wouldn't think anything of, like, you know, you've got a fossil bone that you're trying to clean off, and you just, you know, like, ugh, you know, like that. So I've tasted a lot of dinosaur fossils in my day, I guess. Not trying to taste them, but just, you know, got a wet tongue here, and you got to clean this off, so there it is. And yeah, they just taste like rocks and dirt, basically. And there you go, Steely Dan. Steely Dan knows the story about the bird poop, yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Kiyosa, yeah. Tasted many plants and rocks and some seeds from our colleagues, archaeologists. Yeah. And Codmo says, if we did find a scaled dinosaur, okay, no feathers or any type, during any form of its life, including dinosaur that did evolve into a well, it wouldn't be a dinosaur in that case, Codmos. If it evolved into a lizard, it wouldn't be a dinosaur. It would be a lizard ancestor, you know? The question doesn't really make sense, Codmos. Yeah. By definition, it would not be a dinosaur then.
A dinosaur!
And Mad Onion, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Sculpin says, I never licked the fish I collected. Well, yeah, because you've got other sources of moisture if you're dealing with ray-finned fishes there, Sculpin. Yeah. And Birdbane says, just how fragile are fossilized bones? It totally depends. Birdbanes, they can be extremely brittle and just crumble to dust as soon as you uncover them. Or they could be literally just hard as rock. It all depends on the preservation, you know? There's a wide variety of different preservation modes and different levels of preservation. So it really depends. And Sculpin, holy cow, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you. Good stuff. Uncle Bill Druin got one?
Just
Pickles Wiggles.
5 gift subs.
Thank you, Sculpin. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I really do. Yeah. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says the question would be, what if we discovered lizards?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Golganek, thank you for those 100 bits. Thank you, Golganek. What if we discovered lizards were descendants from dinosaurs, even if it seems unlikely? I mean, that would shake things up, certainly. Because we currently understand that lizards evolved from other diapsid reptiles, other lepidosaurs. Which dinosaurs are archosaur reptiles, so they're from a totally different branch on the reptile family tree. Yeah, here, I can show you. Here. Let's see. And holy cow, Gregorio Robertos. Muchas gracias por los 5 suscripciones.
Gregorio Robertos really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Gregorio. Thank you. Holy moly, thank you very much for that. There's 5 people in the chat now who don't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you, Gregorio. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that deeply. Thank you. And Musaica and Trooper 2112 got some excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Gregorio. Thank you very much. Let's go to Sauropsids here on our Tree of Life. So sauropsids are what most people would call reptiles, I guess, but it also includes birds. So, sauropsids are this group here. So it includes things like lizards, including snakes, birds and crocodilians, which are archosaurs, turtles too, which are closer to archosaurs than they are to other guys. So lizards are part of this group, the lepidosaurs. Lepidosaurs includes lizards and snakes, and also the tuatara. Lizards and snakes are called squamates. So anyway, they're on a different branch of the reptile family tree than these guys. The archosaurs. This is birds and dinosaurs and crocodilians. So if, Cosmos, I guess to answer your question, if it turned out that lizards had actually evolved from dinosaurs or something, that would totally shake up the reptile family tree. And we would have to find a lot of fossils in order to shake up our idea of lizard ancestry, you know? It would take probably hundreds of really unique, interesting fossils that you have no trace of currently in order to do that. I'd say it's extraordinarily unlikely. Yeah, maybe it's interesting as a thought experiment, but, like, I would be flabbergasted if that were to happen, you know? I'd say it would be more likely that we find out that, like, I don't know, what would be more likely? I don't know. Something unlikely would be more unlikely than that. Not very good at analogies today, sorry. Yeah. But yeah. But unicorns are real, Sparky, but, well, that's a different kind of, I don't know. Unicorns just don't work biomechanically. It's like, this part of a horse's skull up here is not very strong, and so, like, if it's swinging its head and it hits something with its horn, like, that part of its skull could just break off, and then its brain is exposed, and unicorns just don't make any sense structurally, you know? Unless their horn itself is very, very brittle. It would have to be really brittle to keep their brains from falling out, basically. It's one of the things I've never understood about unicorns. It's like, whoever dreamt this up does not understand animals. Like, have you ever been around a horse? Do you know what a horse skull looks like? Like, the frontal bones there, it's not a good anchor point for, like, a big, unwieldy object, you know? You hit that horn, and it's going to tear your frontal bones out, and then your brain is going to burst forth. You know? Yeah. And Miss Yvette says, what about narwhals? That's a tooth, Miss Yvette. That's a tooth. So you look at a narwhal skeleton. That is one of their... Is it their canines or their incisors? I always forget this. But this is like a really heavily reinforced part of their skull. You know? It's pretty cool. And you get narwhals that are occasionally born with 2 tusks. It's very rare, but it does sometimes happen with males. And very, very rarely it happens with females, where they've got 2. But I'll show you a 3D model of a narwhal skeleton here. Yeah. So, it's not actually a horn, it's a tooth. It's a tusk, basically, like on an elephant. And so this is like a heavily reinforced part of the skull. And here, I guess they'd even cut this part away of the skull. There's more reinforcing tissue. These would be the... Not super well versed in my mammalian anatomy, but I think this is the maxilla right here. They've cut away the maxilla bone so that you can see how far in the tooth goes. Yeah. And do they just have the one tooth? I think so, FLL, yeah. Yeah. And it's a canine, says Murph. Okay. It's a canine, so it's one of these teeth. You've got your incisors in the front, and then your canines are like the vampire teeth. If that makes sense. They're the, you know, the sharp bitey teeth. Yeah. Yeah. Very occasionally, narwhals are born with 2. Let me show you. Monodon monoceros is such a great name. That's the scientific name for the narwhal. Latin binomial. It means 1 tooth, 1 horn. And, yeah, they're not very big as far as whales go. But yeah, the narwhal males are distinguished by a long, straight, helical tusk, which is in actuality an oversized canine tooth. It's usually a male thing. On the other hand, females rarely possess this feature. It's an example of sexual dimorphism. Now, let's see. About 1 in every 500 males has 2 tusks, occurring when the right canine also grows out through the lip. Only about 15% of females grow a tusk. That's more than I would have guessed, actually. 15% of females grow a tusk, which is typically smaller than a male tusk, with a less noticeable spiral. But this is an extremely rare female with 2 tusks. That skull right there. Yeah, narwhals are just really interesting animals. It's pretty neat. They're pretty cool critters. But yeah. And the females just look like a beluga. Yeah, sometimes they have tusks too, though. Yeah. And they also, I think they typically have spots on them, don't they? Let's look. Female narwhal. Yeah, there's a female right there. So she's got kind of, you know, a spotted pattern on her. Belugas, I think, typically are white all over. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be a male there. I love when you get photos of them up close. They're just such wild animals. You know? Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, if you look at horned ungulate skulls without the keratin horns, it feels like many of them have shapes that you would never suspect. I mean, look at a pronghorn or a bighorn sheep. Yeah. Yeah. Makes you wonder what kind of crazy keratin shapes dinosaurs might have had. It's, Pachyrhinosaurus is a good example of this. So, this is a dinosaur that's usually portrayed with just like a big lump on its nose. It's a horned dinosaur, member of the ceratopsid group. And they're often portrayed, yeah, with just like a big lump that's kind of keratinized there. So unlike a lot of other horned dinosaurs that have got big flashy horns, these guys have just got what we call a nasal boss on there. And it does make me wonder if that was actually the base of a big keratin horn on top. Most horned dinosaurs have got a bony core to their horn. That's how we know that they had horns. Is because, well, because that's part of their actual skull. There's bone under that was fossilized, and we can decipher that. Some paleontologists have speculated that Pachyrhinosaurus, maybe that nasal boss, would have supported like a big, ridiculous... Commando Solo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Some paleontologists have speculated that it would have supported a big keratinous horn like this. And maybe like the antlers of a deer, it would have dropped this every year. You know? It gets really big during the mating season, and then it falls off year after year. It's possible, I suppose. I feel like this might be a solvable, an answerable question, a solvable problem. We've got so many different Pachyrhinosaurus specimens that...
Wow.
Gaming with Ozzy
and Sharky and their 7 raiders want to know what it's like.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you? How are things? It's good to have you here. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Something called Genshin Impact. Wow, sounds impactful. Welcome, welcome. Ozzy, it's good to have you here. Yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, would you not find the horns if they lost so many? So, the horns... Here's the thing. With horned dinosaurs like these... we've got a lot of different kinds. Over about 20, maybe 30 million years, we've got so many different species and genera of horned dinosaurs like this. These big horns and frills and beaks. They, all the ones that you see here portrayed with horns, those are bony horns. So, like, that's actually part of the skull. Pachyrhinosaurus, by contrast, up here is not shown with a horn. It's just shown with that nasal boss. Dinosaurs like this they would have had keratin covering that bony sheath to the horn. Keratin is the same material as, like, your fingernails, or like the horn of a rhinoceros is keratin. So, you know, a rhinoceros like this has got these horns, and those are mostly keratin. So look at how long that horn is on this black rhinoceros here. And now look at its skull. It's just got this big lumpy thing in front, what we would call a boss, and it's this really kind of scrungy texture there. That's what the bone looks like on this critter. You know? Right there. It's scrungy because this is like attachment points for blood vessels and stuff that are feeding this big keratin sheath on the top. So when these animals get fossilized, this is all that's left. The keratin, like your fingernails or like, you know, much of a bird's beak or like your hair, it rots away faster than the bone does. Occasionally keratin gets fossilized, but it's pretty rare. It's one of those like living tissues that it quickly rots away after death. That's why, like, when they're trying to sell rhinoceros, you know, like skulls and stuff like that, when they make replicas, they usually include the keratin sheath on the top because it makes it recognizable as a rhino to people who don't know rhinos that well. Like, you look at this and you go, oh yeah, that's got to be rhinoceros. Shoot, look at the horns. You might not look at this and go, oh yeah, you know, this is definitely a rhinoceros right here. You might not guess that, you know? So with ceratopsian dinosaurs, we know that they had horns because we've got bony cores to those horns. There would have been keratin over the top that would make the horns even longer and sharper. But for a dinosaur like Pachyrhinosaurus, which is kind of the odd one out, well, what does that big lumpy thing on its nose do? Maybe that is the same as like a rhino's horn. Maybe that is a base for a big keratin sheath that comes off the top of it. And maybe they would shed that every year or something. I don't know. I don't know. We don't know. And that's kind of exciting, you know? Something still out there left to be discovered. Some future paleontologist will figure this out one way or the other. Maybe it's somebody who's watching this stream right now. I don't know. Maybe there's some young, bright person currently viewing this broadcast who will solve this mystery in the future. Antonius maybe says, do you think bone core evolving to keratin only is even plausible? Hard to imagine an ungulate doing that, says Tony is my baby. Ungulates are not dinosaurs, you know? I don't think it's implausible at all. Dinosaurs do a lot of really weird and interesting things with their skulls. I don't think that's outside the realm of plausibility at all. Maybe we don't have an example of that within ungulates, but ungulates are mammals. And they're often a really bad analogy for dinosaurs. I think that actually trips up a lot of dinosaur paleontologists when they go, well, you know, ungulates do this, so dinosaurs must have done the same thing. Even the very ecosystems that dinosaurs lived in, I think, were structured very, very differently from, like, the modern Serengeti. You know, the African veldt is very, very different from, like, a dinosaur-dominated ecosystem in a lot of ways. Jump Chess, thank you. Or 16 months ago. Thank you for those 16 months of support. I appreciate that very much, Jump Chess. Thank you so much for those 16 months. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. So yeah, for instance, mammals, they pretty much stay in one ecological niche for their entire life. Dinosaurs don't seem to be like that. They seem to be moving through different ecological niches as they grow and mature. They're doing different ecological jobs through what we call ontogeny. So a Triceratops, for instance, they do crazy things with their horns and frills that ungulates don't do. For one thing, the horns start off curving backwards, and then through ontogeny, they curve forwards like this. And they shorten at one point. Different dinosaurs we know actually resorbed horns over the course of their lifetime, where those horns actually shrink as the animal gets older. We see this in pachycephalosaurs, for instance.
Ontogeny.
So, ontogeny like that has got some pretty important perspectives to have on dinosaurs. You know? Yeah. And yeah, absolutely, horns can shrink. Yeah, yeah. Birdbanes, and we can see this in the histology. So here, I'll show you a clip about that. Here we go. Again, this is, we've shown this many, many times, but this is my old boss, Jack Horner. Yeah.
People looked at
Here we go.
Dinosaurs that are, and we want to look at these three first. So
Pachycephalosaurs.
Dinosaurs that are called pachycephalosaurs, and everybody knows that these three animals were related. And
Murph says,
is that
I get that for the larger species, but what about smaller ones who change less in size? Those are ones that typically don't have big horns or frills or spikes and stuff like that. If smaller dinosaurs are evolving like these display features, it's usually through the use of things like feathers or probably soft tissue. In order to grow big horns or frills and stuff like that, you kind of got to be a big animal. You know? That seems to be the case, you know, to be having these really expensive things like bony horns and frills and spikes and stuff like that. That seems to kind of come along with larger body size, if that makes sense. Yeah. I meant about ontogenetic niche partitioning. Oh, Murph, I got you. Yeah, it's probably the dinosaurs that start off really small and then they don't get very big at all. They're probably not doing so much niche partitioning. But I also am of the opinion that a lot of those smaller adult dinosaurs aren't actually adult. Like, I've heard it said before, there are some paleontologists that think that dinosaurs like
ontogeny,
Compsognathus. You're familiar with Compsognathus, right? I've met dinosaur paleontologists who don't think that Compsognathus is actually its own dinosaur. They think this is just a juvenile of a larger dinosaur, like a Carcharodontosaur or something like that. Which is very possible, I think. You know, it's an intriguing idea, and I'd love to see that tested thoroughly. I'll put it that way. Though it could be that, like, a lot of dinosaurs were just pretty large. We know that dinosaurs, on average, are larger than mammals by a significant margin. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to this, talking about those horns resorbing.
They're related, you know, like cousins or whatever.
Yeah.
No one ever considered that they might be more closely related. In other words, people looked at them and they saw the differences. And you all know that if you are going to determine whether you're related to your brother or your sister, you can't do it by looking at differences, right? You can only determine relatedness by looking for similarities. So,
oh, cool, Kyosa.
And they were talking about how different they are. Pachycephalosaurus has a big, thick dome on its head, and it's got some little bumps.
Trirarchuncus, Kyosa, the Alvarezsaurid from Hellcreek.
Things on the front of its nose. And then Stygimoloch, another dinosaur from the same age, lived at the same time, has spikes sticking out the back of its head. It's got a little tiny dome, and it's got a bunch of gnarly stuff on its nose.
Yep.
And then there's this thing called Dracorex, Hogwarts eye. Guess where that came from? Dragon. So, here's a dinosaur that has spikes sticking out of its head, no dome, and gnarly stuff on its nose.
Yep.
Nobody noticed the gnarly stuff sort of looked alike, but they did look at these three and they said, these are three different dinosaurs, and Dracorex is probably the most primitive of them, and the other one is more primitive than the other. It's unclear to me how they actually sorted these three of them out. But if you line them up, if you just take those three skulls and just line them up, they line up like this. Dracorex is the littlest one.
Yep.
Stygimoloch is the middle-sized one. Pachycephalosaurus is the largest one, and one would think, that should give me a clue. But it didn't give them a clue. Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things.
It's true. We're human. We have egos.
If we cut open Dracorex, I cut open our Dracorex, and look at it. It was
the texture of the interior bone. Yeah.
Really spongy inside.
It's still growing.
It's juvenile, and it's growing really fast. So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Dracorex was growing very fast as well. The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing, which means they're getting smaller.
This is the reason I showed you this video clip here. It's for this little bit there. We see this in a lot of dinosaurs where through ontogeny, those spikes or horns or other bits of bone on the skull resorb over time. They get smaller. They shrink. So you've got what we call osteoblasts, I believe. There's osteoclasts and osteoblasts. One of them produces new bone, and one of them eats away at the old bone. And I think it's osteoblasts that eat away at the old. Let's look it up. Osteoblast definition. Nope, they form new bones and grow and heal existing bones. Okay. It's osteoclast that we're looking for, yeah. Osteoclast is a bone cell that breaks down bone tissue. That's what's going on with Stygimoloch here, is that those spikes are actually getting smaller. Pretty cool.
As that dome is getting bigger, and if we look at Pachycephalosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing. So just with these three dinosaurs, you can easily, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
Yep.
Which, of course, means that Stygimoloch and Dracorex are extinct.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and diagonal, that is a really good way to remember that. An iconoclast, that makes perfect sense now. Thank you, diagonal. Thank you. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. And Gerbo Potato says, reminds me that a lot of salamanders resorb their external gills in adulthood. Yeah, those are changes in ontogeny. So depending on the oxygen content in their environment, and some reptiles have egg teeth that fall off. There you go. And a pyroclastic flow is destruction by fire. It makes a lot of sense, diagonal. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. Jack Horner's TED Talk about shape-shifting dinosaurs. Good stuff. Yeah. Miss Yvette says, Danny, I wanted to ask you what you think of the movies that have mammoths and humans together, like Ice Age and the Croods? I'm not familiar with Croods, Miss Yvette, but I've only ever seen the first Ice Age film, and they certainly took some liberties with stuff, but I mean, the reason why we don't have mammoths anymore, Mammuthus primigenius, or mastodons like Mammut americanum, the American mastodon, the reason why we don't have those walking around today anymore might very well be because they were hunted to extinction by humans. We know they coexisted with humans. We know humans hunted them. By all right, these critters should still be around. You know, the Pleistocene megafauna, those big extinctions only took place a short while ago. Like, these animals just lived a few thousand years ago. Critters like mastodon, and mammoths, and woolly rhinoceros, European lions, and American horses, ground sloths, and dire wolves, and short-faced bears, and western camels. Like, these critters existed at the same time that, you know, well, when humans arrived on the land bridge from Asia, about 14,000 years ago or something like that, at least when they came over en masse, these critters were everywhere. They're still walking around doing their thing. And you had other animals in the same environment. Animals like mountain lions, like coyotes, like, you know, snowshoe hares, and other kinds of rabbits, ground squirrels, critters that we still have today. Pronghorn and bison are still around today. And they were survivors from this fauna. So really what we've got here in North America today is like, it's this wounded fauna. It's missing most of its large mammals. Because shortly after humans arrive, all of these guys go extinct. So yeah. Yeah. Chris T.S. says the moa, a giant bird in New Zealand, was pushed over the edge into extinction only about 500 years ago. Maybe more recently. Yeah. 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 A Little Pink Pony says, wait, then did humans cause all of these to go extinct? That's a big debate right now, Little Pink Pony, in Pleistocene paleontology. So these are all mammals from long after the dinosaurs. This is all from 66 million years after the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. And, you know, a good place to, like, see what is the latest consensus on this is Wikipedia. Wikipedia tends to be really good for vertebrate paleontology. Late Pleistocene extinctions. There we go. Yeah. Resulted in collapse in faunal density and diversity across the globe. So, around the world, most of the big animals went extinct. Your ground sloths, your mammoths and mastodons, your teratorans and saber-toothed cats and dire wolves and everything else. Yeah. The timing and severity of the extinctions varied by region and are thought to have been driven by varying combinations of human and climatic factors. So basically, you've got two main camps of paleontologists who study the Pleistocene megafaunal extinctions.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Up Lone Mountain Knifeco.
Step 1, die.
Thank you for the 14 months of support. Thanks for helping keep me from completing step 1 for the past 14 months, Lone Mountain. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. When we're talking about the Pleistocene megafaunal extinctions, when you have paleontologists who study these extinctions, you've got two main camps. There's the paleontologists who think that this is mostly a kind of gradual extinction that happened because of changing climates. Kind of at the end of the last ice age. And then you have paleontologists who are proponents of what we call the overkill hypothesis, which is like, just as soon as humans show up, they start altering the environment and they start killing off some of this megafauna. And so you've got these like two opposing ideas. In reality, it is probably some combination of the two. But it seems like in recent years, the overkill hypothesis has been really gaining steam. More and more evidence is accumulated that ancient humans were hunting a lot of these creatures and also doing things like altering their environment by starting brush fires and stuff like that. The introduction of fire to these environments doesn't just affect the animals, but it also affects the flora. And I think plants are one of these things that are like very much overlooked in a lot of these discussions. You don't necessarily have to be hunting all of these animals to extinction, but if you're changing their habitat, destroying the food that they eat, spreading fires, that's going to put a lot of stress on those populations. And that, combined with hunting, can quickly wipe out large populations of animals that are large. If they've got slow replacement rates, you know, like a mammoth is only having a baby like once every 2 years, and they'll just have one. You know, if you're driving them out of a particular area, getting rid of their food, and also hunting them, you can easily wipe out a population of them like that. Maybe without even really trying that hard. If it really were climate change that's driving these creatures into extinction, then you would expect that more or less around the globe, they'd be going extinct at roughly the same time. Of course, the climate does change in different parts of the globe at slightly different times, but like, the pattern that we see is that like, just shortly after humans show up on a new continent, it's like within a few hundred to a few thousand years, the megafauna is extinct. Gone. And the pattern just, I think, matches too closely for it to really be a climate-driven thing. It just matches too well with the same rate of human spread across the globe. And it would also help explain why the one continent that didn't see most of its megafauna go extinct, Africa, that's where humans first evolved. And so those animals would have had a long time to kind of adapt to human presence. Whereas when humans arrive in North America or South America or mainland Europe and Asia and Australia, it's like a blitzkrieg, you know? They just spread out across this environment and the animals don't know what hit them. But megafauna, rhinoceros, and giraffes, and elephants, and hippopotamus, and all these other creatures, they survived in Africa because they evolved alongside us in the first place. That's what makes a lot of sense to me. But who cares what I think? I don't work on this stuff. I'm a dinosaur guy. I don't work on the Pleistocene. And so my opinion really isn't worth a hill of beans. So I want to make that very clear. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. That was a very interesting opinion. Thanks. You bet, Chronic Sonic. You bet. Food for thought, hopefully, but take that with a big grain of salt, because, you know, this is outside of my area of expertise. I don't work on Pleistocene stuff. I don't work on mammals. I'm a dinosaur guy. You know? Yeah. Lone Mountain says that keyboard and mouse look like fossils. They're not. They're actually very modern. These are made of wood. That's bamboo right there. You see that? That wood grain there? Genuine wooden keyboard and mouse. Yeah, and you can get one yourself. I actually have an affiliate link if you really like that. I use these because I think they're cool. Yeah. Yeah. And Christia says the agrarian system, farming, has a huge impact on wildlife too. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They may not have been direct killing of animals, but it definitely was the way many starved and became extinct. At least in modern times, that's the case. Clearing forests to be able to use that area for farmland has caused the extinction of countless species. Yeah. But yeah. And Gerbo Potato says, oh yeah, it's thought that one of the reasons zebra can't be domesticated is because they evolved alongside us, being hunted by us. Yeah. Also, they just tend to be meaner than horses, and maybe that's a result of them evolving alongside us and having like a natural fear of humans. Yeah. But yeah, and Europe was denuded many centuries ago. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, Chris T.S. I remember first realizing that, like, when you're looking at a big cathedral in Europe, you know, one of these enormous churches, people are like, oh, it's such a beautiful work of art, and, like, how incredible and inspiring. I look at that and I go, holy cow. There were multiple forests that had to be destroyed to create that. Like, it's just... I don't know. I don't think that's beautiful. I think that's really ugly. It's a different perspective, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, were llamas hunted by humans too, because they can be pretty mean also? So there are still... The llama thing is interesting because, there is a, like, wild form of the llama. The llama is a domesticated animal. It's been changed a lot from its ancestral state. You know how, like, domestic dogs were domesticated from wolves? And they've been selectively bred to be a domestic animal? It's the same thing with llamas. The non-domesticated llama, the ancestral species, is the guanaco. Like, it's not the vicuña, right? The vicuña is for alpacas. The guanaco is like the wild form that llamas were domesticated from. So, guanacos are basically just like a skinnier, less fuzzy, less friendly llama. But they are super cool. There's no taking a dust bath there. Very cool animals. Yeah. And alpacas and llamas can crossbreed, though. They're closely related enough. Are they? Huh. Maybe I could be misinformed about this. Let's take a look. Let's see. Let's try this. This has got 56,000 views. I've never seen this channel before, but let's cross our fingers and hope it's good.
Do you know how to differentiate between llamas, alpacas, vicuñas, and guanacos? Have you even ever heard of guanacos? After watching this new Animal-Wise video, you'll have all the information you need about differentiating between these different...
Alright. Good stuff. Yeah.
Llamas and alpacas have common characteristics, so it is easy to see why there is much confusion between them and other South American camelids such as the guanaco or vicuña. Some of the similarities have to do with habitat, their herbivorous diet, gregarious behavior, and gentle temperament. They have many similarities in appearance, such as their soft coat, and have the curious habit of spitting when scared or angry.
Yep.
What are the differences between these two animals? Below, we explain them, but first, don't forget to subscribe to the Animal Wise channel to keep up to date with everything we share about wild animals, pets, and much more. It's estimated that the domestication of the alpaca began more than 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the closed captioning. Let's take a look at this. Okay, it's auto-generating Korean subtitles and then putting them into English. So let's do... No, that's not auto-translate. I think it thinks that the guy's speaking Korean, and then it's trying to auto-translate that phonetically into English. So, here. Options. Nope, that's not going to do it. I guess we just got to turn those off for right now. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Ago in the Peruvian Andes. Today they can be found in Chile and in Bolivia and Peru. Alpacas are smaller than llamas and their coats can display a varying range of colors from white to black, brown to grey. Their coat is soft and long. They measure between...
So from what I'd always heard, I could be misremembering, is that llamas and alpacas are actually different. They're derived from different species, where alpacas were domesticated from wild vicuñas and llamas were domesticated from wild guanacos. And so that would make them essentially two different species, you know, because there were two different wild species that each one of those gave rise to a different domestic variant, you know, namely llamas and alpacas.
Between 1.2 and 1.5 meters in height and weigh between 48 and 84 kilos. Although they are not traditionally used as pack animals, their coat has been exploited for the textile industry. Bolivia is the country which has the highest current population of llamas, but they can also be found in Ecuador, Chile, Peru, and Argentina. They have also been domesticated, and their color can vary between white and dark brown. They have a long woolly coat, measure about 1.4 meters in height, and can weigh up to 200
They're such cool animals. They're really neat.
generations, this animal has contributed to the economy of the Andes, being used for transport and wool production. The vicuña, meanwhile, inhabits central Peru, western Bolivia, northern Chile, and northwestern Argentina. They are a wild animal and have not been domesticated. They are the smallest camelid with a maximum height of 1.3 meters and weighing 40 kilos.
Miss Yvette, thank you for those 200 bits. I really appreciate it, Miss Yvette. Thank you, thank you.
Their fur is reddish-brown and is known for providing excellent quality wool. Their hooves have widely separated toes, which allow them to move quickly over rough terrain, and their teeth are similar to rodents.
Yeah, this isn't really going to give us the information that we need, but that's the thing. Let's look it up, but I'm pretty sure that what I heard was correct. Here, alpaca. Often confused with the llama. However, alpacas are noticeably smaller than llamas. They are closely related and successfully crossbreed. I bet you that taking a wild guess here, I bet you that the result of that crossbreeding is probably not reproductively viable. Like, I bet you it's probably kind of like with mules. Both species are believed to have been domesticated from their wild relatives, the vicuña and guanaco. Wait, so, but... vicuña... Was it not just one from the other, or did they, like, crossbreed them? I don't even know. Behavior, conservation, vicuña wool... Let's see. Origin and domestication. Analysis of mitochondrial DNA shows that most alpacas have guanaco mitochondrial DNA, and many also have vicuña mitochondrial DNA. Huh. And alpacas are descendants of vicuña, not of llama guanaco. Huh. Well, I guess it's complicated. Huh. Interesting. And FMSSK has got a dinosaur deep dive for us, the shoebill. We could talk about Balaniceps rex, the shoebill, in a minute here. But we've got another question about a different rex animal. Yorkshire Pudding would like to know, as we know hair doesn't fossilize, is it possible that T-Rex had a wet perm? It's not likely that T-Rex had hair in the way that we're used to thinking of it. But it is likely that it would have had some kind of feathery covering. Here's the thing, is that we don't have very good fossils of the external integument of Tyrannosaurus rex. You know, its skin or feathers or whatever it had on the exterior of its body. But we do have fossils from a relative called U. tyrannus, which is another member of the same group. And those fossils show that this animal had a covering of filamentous feathers on it. Like this. So it's possible that T-Rex would have had something like that too. I like tiger stripes. I'm also not 1,000,000% convinced that U. tyrannus is actually a tyrannosaur. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if it turns out to be a Carcharodontosaur or something like that. But, yeah. It's thought to be a tyrannosauroid. Name means feathered tyrant. U. tyrannus. Yeah. Classification. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. There are some depictions of T-Rex that show it with feathers. Like this right here.
If he can just get to the underbelly, he will have over 2,000 pounds of easy meat.
It's a big dead sea turtle. Archelon or Protostega? Probably Archelon. There's some young T-Rex, the babies. Yeah.
T-Rex has the most powerful jaws in nature and can bite with the force of over 5 tons.
So if we get a close-up, there's like tiny little hairs, not hairs, feathers, proto-feathers on the adult. They're much more striking on the juveniles. Yeah.
But as the evening approaches, things start to change. The young T-Rex have been brought to an ideal training ground. Hatchling turtles are the perfect size. It pays for any hunter to be inquisitive.
So anyway, I really like this depiction because it shows the juvenile Tyrannosaurus having a coat of proto-feathers on them. These hair-like filaments we call proto-feathers. And we find these on a lot of other dinosaurs, like one of them we have as an emote now, Sinosauropteryx. small animals typically need more insulation than larger animals. As a larger animal, you've got more volume compared to your surface area, so you don't lose heat as rapidly. Smaller animals tend to have more surface area compared to their volume. It's like an inverse square law sort of a thing, I think. Is that right? Anyway, so smaller animals tend to need more insulation. A juvenile T-Rex, you know, those that fuzz right there is going to be useful. Those proto-feathers for helping it retain heat. And an adult is not going to need as much of that. And so they probably lost that as they got older and got bigger, I would suspect. But, yeah. But we don't know for sure yet if Tyrannosaurus had any kind of feathers because we don't have good enough fossils yet. You know? It's the cubed square law. Thank you, Jerry at Rick. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But yeah, and our emu feathers a bit like that. Emus are interesting. They've got these like double pronged feathers. Double branching feathers. Like this. Yeah. So they're a bit more complex, maybe, than some of the proto feathers we've seen. A better analogy might be like kiwi birds. Yeah. Which are also fairly complex. They've got that central rachis, so that central like quill shaft in the middle, and then the soft feathery things that come off them. But this is yeah, it's like probably a pretty good depiction of like maybe what a baby T-Rex's feathers would look like if they were indeed feathered. It'd probably be kind of like that, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, cool stuff, right? And you know who else is fuzzy? Hey, sweetie pie. You want to come over here? One of my landlords has wandered over. Sweetie pie. Do you want to get brushed? Mini Pie really liked this earlier. If you want to get brushed, I got the brush over here. See if she's interested. I'll give her some time. Anyway, yeah. And Real Men Grow Beard says, is it possible that some Tyrannosaurs had a wide enough range that certain populations would have kept their proto-feathers into adulthood? Or is that what Eutyrannus did? Maybe. We think Eutyrannus would have lived in an environment that would have been... You know, they probably would have seen snow. And so you see this in a lot of depictions of Eutyrannus like this. Them kind of like cruising around in a snowy environment like that. Yeah. Sometimes very snowy. Yeah. That looks like a Mark Whitten illustration almost. But yeah, we don't have a great idea as to like the extent of the feathering on Eutyrannus and how long and shaggy the feathers would be. We don't really have a good idea of that. So you see, kind of runs the gamut here from like really fuzzy to like pretty sleek. Because again, when we're talking about Eutyrannus, there's one of the original fossils there. And let's see if we can zoom in on some of those feathers. But they're pretty faint on here. Yeah, like there's some of the feathering right there. If we didn't already have really decent fossil feathers from other dinosaurs, we probably wouldn't know how to interpret that, you know? That's true of a lot of stuff in paleontology, like sometimes a really good fossil helps you reevaluate older things that you found and new things that you find in the future. Because you just have a better idea of what's going on anatomically. Like, what is this weird structure? Sometimes something like that can help a lot. Yeah. And Gerbo Potato says, oh yeah, I watched a video proposing that modern flight feathers are so complex that it's possible they may never evolve again. Whereas skin wings, like bats, are a lot easier to evolve, and they have evolved many, many times. Yeah. Was that a PBS Eons video? It sounds like a PBS Eons video. They do good stuff like that. But yeah, feathers are such a weird thing. They're such an evolutionary fluke that, like, they're probably unique. They've probably never evolved more than once. They'll probably never evolve again. Whereas skin membranes have been evolved by pterosaurs, by dinosaurs, things like Ichi, by bats, by flying squirrels, by marsupials, things like, what is it, the sugar glider? Colugos are colugos marsupials, or are they eutherian mammals? Yeah. Stretched skin membranes have also evolved in things like frogs, and in things like gliding lizards like Draco, genus Draco. So yeah. Yeah, there you go, Steelina. Yeah, gliding frogs. Yep. And Charlie's Dragon says, I think colugos are marsupials. Well, let's look. Yeah, flying fish, that's a good example too, Real Men Grow Beards. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, skin membranes. That's almost a, I wouldn't call it common, but it's showed up multiple times. Feathers are super weird. They've only evolved once. Alright, Colugo. Dermoptera. That's a great name. It means skin wing. Yeah. Palugos. Okay, they are placental mammals. They're super close to primates. See? There's us in there, the primates. So yeah. Let's find a video about colugos, because they're weird and cool and I want to see them. Let's take a look at this.
The further back you go on the mammal family tree, the more likely you are to run into some sets of cousins that you just would not expect. It seems absurd to me that whales and hippos are among each other's closest living relatives. And that goes double for hyraxes and elephants. These two?
They're Afrotheres.
What about this guy? I'm not even sure what it is, let alone what it's related to. So it came as a surprise to me to find out that the next branch over from it on the family tree might be us. And by us,
primates.
I mean primates.
Yeah. Man, Hank Green has done so many videos. It's crazy.
Sometimes called a flying lemur, even though it does not fly and it's not a lemur. If it was a lemur, this video would be over. There would be no question about whether or not it is one of our relatives, because lemurs are definitely primates, like us. Colugos live in the forests of Southeast Asia, from parts of Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand down through Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. They stay out of sight in tree holes and among patches of dense...
By the way, shoot. This pertains to our stream yesterday.
Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines.
What biological concept here? Well, Charlie's Dragon's already got it, yes. Ding, 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 Charlie's Dragon. It's the Wallace line right there that we talked about yesterday. Where they show up on the Asian side of the Wallace line and not the Australasian side. Really... really cool. Yeah. We were talking all about this yesterday on the birthday of Alfred Russel Wallace. Super, super cool. Can't glide across that much ocean. Exactly, Steely Dan. Exactly. And there you go, Otter. Yeah.
They
cool.
stay out of sight in tree holes and among patches of dense foliage during the day, and come out at night to snack on the soft parts of plants, like young leaves and flowers. And they rarely, if ever, come down from the trees. To move between them, they glide instead. They can glide for a distance of over 100 meters. The two species of colugos are the only living members of an order of mammals called Dermoptera.
Yeah.
Greek words for skin and wing. For comparison, in the primate order, the
I promise you I'd never seen that term before, or like it hasn't registered. I don't know this term, but you know, when you study paleontology or evolutionary biology or biology in general, you learn a lot of these root words. So derm, like dermatologist or epidermis, that means skin. Optera is that means wing, like Archaeopteryx means ancient Wing. Terra means wing like that, with that silent P. So yeah, it's fun when you like encounter something like that. It's like I've never seen this word before, and I instantly know what it means because I've encountered those parts before. Yeah, or pterosaur. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Wing lizard, yeah.
Which comes from the Greek words for skin and wing. For comparison, in the primate order, the International Union for Conservation of Nature recognizes over 500 species. Now, back before we knew about DNA and using genes to group animals with shared evolutionary histories together, we used to do it based on how they looked, which for some groups worked really well. Take rodents, for example. There are big ones and small ones, and yes, some weird ones, but they all have 4 furry limbs and incisors used for gnawing. But for colugos, well, what do you think it looks like? I think that it has wings made out of a stretched out membrane of skin.
And holy cow, like, how have we not seen footage of them gliding yet? Because I feel like that's an oversight. We've just seen stills of them so far in this video. Here, take a look at this.
It has an enormous blanket of furry skin that stretches from the side of its head right down to the very tip of its tail.
And here, I'm gonna reverse this, just in case. Well, Smithsonian I don't know. I hope this is not a BBC thing. BBC can be kind of litigious about their stuff showing up on YouTube. They'll mute me. You know what? Actually, what I'll do here. Nah, let's just do it normal. I don't think they're gonna clap me for that.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Hoot House livestream.
Step 1, die.
Uh-oh. Hoot House, thank you for the 14 months of support. Holy cow. Thank you very much, Hoot House. I really appreciate that. How are you doing, by the way? And how are the owls? Any news? Thank you for your continued support. It really does mean a lot to me, keeping me here on the air. Thank you. Let's take a look at a different, mostly nocturnal flying creature. I would not want to put this animal head-to-head with an owl. It would be devoured. But a colugo. There you go, Otter to it, yeah. Holding it oh, you've got eggs already, Hoot House? I had no idea. First egg expected to hatch around January 19th. Very cool, Hoot House. Very, very cool. Man, and it's just going to be an owlapalooza when those eggs hatch. You'll have the owls going back and forth, feeding their young. Oh, man, I can't wait. That's cool. How many clutches do they typically have in a year? I'm surprised they're starting this early, but it's been really warm here in California. Yeah, I guess when it's warmer, they might have more clutches. Very cool. Usually one, but sometimes two. Nice.
It regains
I wonder if they'll do 2 clutches this year.
By clambering up the trunk.
There's a colugo there.
It's by far the most skillful of the forest gliders and can travel over 100 meters in one leap.
Watch this. Nuts. That's so cool.
It's undoubtedly a very ancient animal, and some believe that it may well have survived virtually unchanged from that time long ago when mammals first took to the skies as gliders.
Yeah, there's probably other gliding groups that are older than this that went extinct at the KPG boundary when the asteroid hit. Yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video. There you go. Colugos.
Kind of like a bat, but not quite. Much of a bat's wing is supported by their elongated finger bones, and they are the only mammal capable of what's called powered flight. They actually flap their wings to generate thrust. Colugos don't do that. They leap from trees and just glide, and instead of having their gliding membrane stretched between extra long fingers, it's supported by all 4 limbs and their tail, kind of like a flying squirrel. But they are the only mammal other than bats whose collarbone articulates with their first ribs, so they do have that in common. Colugos have some traits of their foot bones in common with tree shrews too, which are a separate taxonomic group from terrestrial shrews. And like lemurs, colugos also have a thing called a tooth comb that's used
very
for
cool.
growing and feeding. In lemurs, it's made up of their narrow lower incisors and canines packed together closely like the teeth of a comb. But
so they actually use this to like rake it through their fur in order to groom themselves. It's really neat. It's really neat.
In colugos, their individual lower incisors.
Yeah, look at those pectinate teeth. That's the word that we use for teeth like this. Pectinate means comb-like. And they really do look like combs. It's nuts. I mean, look at those teeth. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. Very, very cool. I mean, like, when I say comb-like, I meant comb-like. Look at that. This is the most dramatic example I know of pectinate teeth. Yeah. A tooth comb is a dental structure found in some mammals comprising of the front teeth arranged in a manner that facilitates grooming, similar to a hair comb. So there it is in a ring-tailed lemur, yep. But, anyway, yeah, the word pectinate. Yeah, pectinations. Comb-like stuff. Anyway, yeah. Pretty cool, right? I was studying, this summer I was actually presenting on a dinosaur with pectinate teeth that are not this dramatic. But yeah, we don't think that they were using those teeth for grooming. Probably for eating algae.
Each look like little combs with multiple comb teeth on each regular tooth. And when you look at the rest of their skeleton, some researchers have said that colugos have features.
And look at that crazy skeleton right there. Look at how long it looks like, who's that beloved character that all the young people enjoy? Slenderman. Looks like Slenderman, doesn't it? Yeah, all the kids love Slenderman. Really looks like that, you know? Look at those long leggy legs. Not Pikachu, Mayor Space. Yeah.
Of their ankle and elbow joints in common with other primates in addition to lemurs. Basically,
and Dynasty, we might kind of dole those out over the next few streams or something. Live broadcast, you know how it goes. In the
middle of the anatomy Venn diagram made up of bats, tree shrews, and primates. And because of these similarities in anatomy, over the last 200 plus years, scientists have proposed 3 different hypotheses about where they belong on the family tree of mammals. They are either in a group with bats, a group with tree shrews, or in a group with us. And that's part of what makes the enduring nature of this 200-year-old mystery so weird. Colugos could be the other kind of mammal that is most closely related to our own order, but we just didn't know it. And we're pretty notoriously self-centered about studying ourselves. And if they are, this might tell us something about the origins of all primates and what the first primates might have been like. It would take modern genetic methods to sort this relationship out, and even DNA doesn't always paint the clearest picture. For example, one study from 2001 compared 18 segments of genes from 64 different species of placental mammals, representing all of the orders of mammals alive today, from aardvarks to rhinos. And the researchers built 3 big mammal family trees from those genes using 3 different mathematical methods. In one tree, colugos sit smack in the middle of primates, a place that we know they don't belong. We are definitely more related to lemurs than we are.
So again, this gets into cladistics, like we were talking about earlier today. Remember that? We were talking about these mathematical... We were talking about these models that we have to create. remember cladistics like this?
The method is called cladistics, a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not.
Yeah.
These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs.
Yeah.
And these two are
tetrapods.
closer still because
Those are
only
aves,
they have
birds.
feathers. The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Yep. And so you can do this by like coding it with different numbers like this. Yeah.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
So when I say character, what I mean is like a character state. Like, it's the same root word as characteristics. So when you hear characters, think characteristics. You come up with numbers for those different characteristics, and if you do it in a consistent way, you can put that into a computer, and it'll spit out a cladogram for you.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
Yep.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus.
Yeah. The cool thing is, with DNA, actually coming up with those character states, like giving numbers to those characteristics, gets way easier because DNA is like, you could think of it as a code like that. So like a lot of the subjectivity is alleviated there, you know? And so that's what Hank is talking about here with these different analyses. You're creating a cladogram, but you're using DNA to do it. So like, a lot of those things kind of come pre-numbered, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah. Demonstrate by playing Metazoo. I forgot about Metazoo, Real Men Grow Beards. Shoot. Well, here, let's continue this, and then I'll jump into Metazoo.
Different mathematical methods. In one tree, colugos sit smack in the middle of primates, a place that we know they don't belong. We are definitely more related to lemurs than we are to colugos. And in the other two, they're the closest relatives of tree shrews, with that combined group being the next branch over from primates. So we're done here, right? DNA says that we have 2 closest relatives, tree shrews and colugos. Well, no. Molecular family trees are only as good as the DNA samples they're based on, and this study only used genes from 1 species of colugo and 1 species of tree shrew. A more recent study from 2016 took a deeper dive into colugo genetics. The researchers included both species of colugos and 2 different tree shrews, and it looked at more of their genomes. And they found pretty good support for the hypothesis that colugos are indeed the closest relatives of primates, a result that several other studies since have also supported. So it looks like these strange nocturnal gliding mammals may actually be our long-lost cousins after all, found again by the wonders of modern genetics. And maybe that should make them seem a little less weird to us. After all, they're family. The Bizarre Beasts Pin Club subscription window.
Pretty cool stuff. Here is a link to this video here. Put it in the chat there for you. Yeah, and speaking of phylogenetics and cladograms, I completely forgot about Metazoa today. We gotta, which means I forgot. Yes, did I do yesterday's? I think I forgot yesterday's also, which means we missed yesterday's. So I'm gonna have to start my streak over again. But this is a cool online animal guessing game. If you've ever heard of Wordle, that like word guessing game, this is a lot like that, except you're trying to guess what kind of animal it is. So, let's go ahead and start. Try and guess our mystery animal.
Hold on to your butts.
And that's a wrap-up song. I don't want that. There we go. That's better. So, this mystery animal here, we're going to plug a guess into here, and it's going to tell us the smallest clade that includes our guess and the mystery animal. And we can kind of use the evolutionary family tree to try and narrow it down. So I'm gonna put in placenta. Should we try? They don't have Colugo. Let's try flying squirrel. Or no, let's try lemur. Because that's the... Unless they have tree shrew. They don't. Lemur it is. Let's do lemur. So now we've only got 19 guesses left, but... we know it's a Boroeutherian, so holy cow, this could have been any animal, you know, on the animal tree. There's like millions of species of animal, and we've gotten it down within Boroeutheria. Let me show you what that means on our other tree of life. Boroeu... Oh boy. Mammalia. Go to mammals and we'll find it manually. Yeah. There we go. We've got mammals here. 5,046 species, but we know it's not just a mammal, it's a Boroeutherian mammal. That's the group that includes all of these critters. Bats, hedgehogs, cats and pangolins, rhinoceros and deer are all Boroeutherian mammals. Let's find that clade. Here's Theria, Eutheria, the placental mammals, and Boroeutheria. Shoot. Boroeutheria. Okay, that's why I spelled it wrong. So we've got it down to just 4,642 species now. Down from several million, so with one guess, that's pretty good. It's narrowed it down quite a bit. But, since I guessed lemur, and the last common ancestor it gave me was at the base of Boroeutheria, that means that it's not a primate, and it's not a Euarchontoglire either. So it's not going to be a rodent, or a relative of rodents and primates. And it's not going to be a Colugo. We know Colugos aren't in that data set because we tried Colugo and didn't have it, but we know it's not from this branch. So we can also eliminate 2,500 species here. So let's cast these from our mind. We know it's not a rodent or a primate or any other kind of Euarchontoglire. We know it's got to be from this branch, Laurasiatheria. And so here, let's find out what our major crossroads is. It could be an insectivore, or it could be whatever this group is called. Let's see if it's a cloven-hoofed ungulate, though. Let's see if it's an artiodactyl, a group that includes whales. Let's search, I don't know, giraffe, maybe. Or no, llama, like we were talking about earlier. Let's search llama. Let's keep it relevant. And if this doesn't get us anywhere, then we know it's not an artiodactyl. Let's try llama. Ooh. It is part of Laurasiatheria, but it's not a llama. Your llamas are camelids, which are going to be... Where are they? Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. Well, we've only eliminated 6 species here. We know it's not a camelid. I could have done a little bit better with that. But let's see if it's... What's a group that we can knock out that's got a lot of species? What's speciose? We could try a cetacean. Or a hippo. Let's try a narwhal. We were talking about narwhals earlier. Let's try narwhal. And knock out the cetaceans. Ooh, so it's not an artiodactyl. We know it's not a cloven-hoofed mammal, like a llama, or a whale, like a narwhal. Interesting. So we know it is not part of that group, or this group at all. It's not a cloven-hoofed ungulate. It could be a perissodactyl. Or, actually, you know what? It's not going to be an ungulate at all. It's going to be part of this group, Laurasia. Is it a chiropteran, though? Is it a bat? We've got over 1,000 species there. Let's just search bat and see if we can knock those out. We'll do fruit bat. And it's not a fruit bat, so we know it's not a chiropteran. We can cut this group out. We know it's not a chiropteran. That's 1,000 species down there. So it's got to be. Take a left at this crossroads. It's whatever this group is. It could be an odd-toed ungulate. We've only got 16 species of those. Let's go up here to carnivorans. Let's see if it's a cat-like carnivoran. Let's search leopard, shall we? Let's search leopard. Again, process of elimination here. Oh boy, and it's not a leopard, so we know it's not one of the cat-like carnivorans. It's probably a dog-like carnivoran. So let's try dogs, wolves, foxes, and more are canids. And then you've got bears and their relatives. And we've got pinnipeds, we've got raccoons, we've got mustelids. Yeah. Let's see if it's some kind of mustelid or relative. Let's try like a weasel. Or stoat. Weasel. No, it's not one of those either. Shoot. Oh, it's not even a carnivoran. Uh-oh. It could be a perissodactyl. It could be an odd-toed ungulate. So we know it's not even a carnivoran. I was not paying close enough attention. It's not a carnivoran at all. It could be a pangolin, although there's only 8 species of the pangolin, so that's not super likely. It's probably a perissodactyl. Although we've only got 16 species of them. Let's try it. Let's try... We've got 7 horse species. We've got 9 species of tapirs and rhino. Let's try horse. It is within genus Equus. So you know what it's going to be. It's almost certainly going to be a zebra. Oh, we are so close. There's only 7 species of equids. But then we have genus Equus, which is... I guess this is genus Equus, isn't it? Or maybe this is? Anyway, it's going to be a zebra, isn't it?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. No! It's not. It's not. Oh, I thought for sure it was going to be a zebra. It could be a donkey, Dr. Irrefutable. It's within genus Equus. What other... Yeah, it's probably going to be a donkey. Let's give that a shot. We got it. Very nice. Yeah. Not too shabby. That was kind of a tricky one. Holy cow. We got it in how many guesses? 6, 8, 9. 9 guesses it took us. 9. I've gotten in as few as 2 or 3 before. But yeah. Well, not too shabby. Could have been better. Could have been a lot worse, too. We used 9 of our 20 guesses. But yeah. And was lucky with my get nice Charlie's Dragon, yeah. I got a donkey through the mail this morning for my son. A stuffed toy donkey. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the shipping expenses on, on a living, breathing donkey would probably be a lot more. Yeah. Same double meaning back then as it has today. Diagonal, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. And with that, I think it's time for me to wrap up today's broadcast. I've got something I had to take care of in a little bit. That's why I started early today. So we are going to wrap up our broadcast, and let's have a smile on a saber-toothed cat under our credits. Don't go away just yet. We are going to find somebody to raid here, and we will see if we can continue the science learning. Let's go say hello to Astro Canuck. Yeah, Astro Canuck is doing some streaming science and technology, doing astronomy news. Artemis 2 delay, running chicken, astrobiotics, space news. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you everybody for another great stream. I hope you enjoyed this one today. I hope you learned something. I learned some stuff for sure. And catch me again tomorrow for some fossil news, some more paleontological goodness. Thank you to everybody who's supported this broadcast financially. All of those cheerers and gifters and subscribers. Thank you to the moderators who keep these things running smoothly. Thank you to the chatters for asking questions and just generally being enthusiastic and wonderful. And thank you to those raiders for coming in here too. And just enjoying some science with all of us. We're going to go enjoy some more science with Astro Canuck. And I hope to see everybody tomorrow for another Paleontologizing broadcast. You all take care of yourselves. I'll see you then.